Could you explain how the
E cross B
drift acts on particles with different mass and charge, proton, electron, and air?
Yes, you can derive it quite simply. Not worrying about covariance or relativity or anything right now. Just everyday physics. You take the Lorentz force and you equate it to be 0 for a charged particle. So it is a condition of it's a drift, it's a constant speed, of course, unless it varies with space-time. And so you can look for B using vector identities such that the magnetic force and the electric force on the charged particle are balanced. And this gives you the E cross B drift velocity.
Is there a kind of friction which causes...
It's almost like a kind of friction. The particles...
So there is no acceleration?
There is a momentary acceleration when the particle first starts to move under, let's say, if you put the particle in there stationary, it would start to move in response to the electric field and be unaffected by the magnetic field because its velocity was so low. But then as the V cross B force builds up, it starts fighting against the electric force. And so what's interesting is the E cross B drift field velocity is a velocity where the charged particle effectively decouples from the crossed electric and magnetic fields.
I thought about the analog of a falling man from a plane.
Yes.
He accelerates until he gets about 180 kilometers per hour.
Yes,
and then
that is a good analogy.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm very fond of physical analogies because yes. Anyway, it is really kind of a terminal velocity.
Yes, you talked about inspiration by Teller.
Yes.
A good inspiration gives you a good basis for good conclusions.
Well, when I heard him give a talk on it, I thought, well, it is a good problem to work. So other people had said, oh, Einstein's quest for a unified field, it's a dead end. Don't waste your time with it. And but then Edward Teller gave a lecture on it where he had taken a running charge at it and then confessed that he got nowhere. And he basically threw the problem down to us students. And I thought, okay, this is a serious problem of physics still. It's not a dead end. It's not a nonsense question like what lies north of the North Pole or something. And physics, as we all know, is a little bit like Hollywood. It's subject to fashions. And so thank you, Detlef, for your questions. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Are you from Germany, by the way?
Yes.
Very good. Very good. I visited Germany twice, and I was very, very proud to do that.
It's already Sunday here.
Yes.
My family, I'll tell you, my family got kicked out of Germany in the 1700s because we would not take off our hats for somebody. And that's all it took in old Berlin to get, even with the name Brandenburg, to get kicked out of the country and have your lands confiscated.
Oh, no.
We arrived in the United States just in time for the American Revolution. So we got off the boat and were handed muskets, basically.
Yeah. Well,
so anyway, that's my connection with Brandenburg.
Yep.
And thank you so much, Detlef.
Thank you, Detlef.
Okay.
And let me go back to Michael. We've got about 20 minutes left, so I'll go back to Michael. Sir?
Yes. Michael.
There we are. So, let's see. I had some other... Oh, darn it. Where'd my notes go?
I have them right in front of me.
Yeah, no trepidation at all with
Pardon
that
me.
one.
Yes.
Well,
no.
so I guess Michael Boyd was mentioning the a band gap like in a semiconductor. I suppose in a sense you could think of the vacuum breakdown voltage as a band gap in a sense, because you have electrons and holes or electrons and positrons.
Yes.
So there's that. And what was the other thing? Darn it.
Well, you can think of a band gap as on one side of the band gap, we have one set of physics operating, and then on the other side, we don't have as much physics operating. Like a spark forming between two charged plates. Until the spark forms, there's no plasma.
Yeah.
And the electric field just sits there, and then the spark forms, like from a cosmic ray or something. And then we get a spark, we get a plasma, and suddenly the physics has changed dramatically.
Yeah, that's more of a phase change sort of. Actually, yeah, this is getting me back to where, yeah. So if we think about that analogy with time cones that I mentioned with electrostatic particles,
Yes.
For the vacuum, because of the uncertainty principle, the virtual particles have a finite range of interaction in that electrostatic sense.
Yes.
What's interesting is if you look carefully at it, that range of interaction roughly corresponds to the weak force and the strong force. So you can think of the weak force and the strong force as phase changes in the vacuum at higher energies.
I will simply say that if you look at the references, and unfortunately I forgot to put the references on but if you just go searches for recent papers, something really remarkable happened when I was working for a company called Morningstar Applied Physics, run by the late great Paul Murad, whom we lost during the COVID epidemic. He was fighting cancer and unfortunately passed away due to COVID. But he, as it turns out, the masses of the meson, the charged mesons and the charged W particles fall out of the gem theory. Quite unexpected. All I can do is refer you to an article in the JMS journal. If you do a look on Brandenburg gem theory, it will pop right up, and it's on my research notes, so you can download it for free.
Yeah, that would be very interesting to look at, because what I'm trying to do is represent.
I'll try and include that in the chat.
Yeah. I'm trying to develop not necessarily a new model, but a new way of looking at the existing model to demonstrate, in a sense, that the W and Z bosons are like a second order nonlinear term, and then color charge and all that is a third order nonlinear term. In a sense,
the unexpected appearance of those particles in my theory kind of confirms that point of view. That
awesome. I definitely want to look at that paper then.
That's right. It's just do a search on Brandenburg on your research notes and the gem theory, and we'll have that paper which you can download.
Awesome.
For free.
Oh, and then there was one last thing. This is actually,
and also it's in the book about the gem theory that I published through a German publisher.
Cool.
And then let me tell you, it was absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, I would
find it falling out of the theory that I intended to just unify gravity and E&M.
Well, I think that there's no way at this point to just unify one without figuring out all the other stuff, kind of. It falls out.
Yeah, you can look on the long-range forces of nature as one limit, and then the short-range forces of nature, the strong and the weak.
Right.
And they can apparently all, to first approximation. I actually, well, anyway, it was quite unexpected and astonishing.
Cool. Yeah. Well, that's so if you think of the polarizable vacuum model, where you have a variable refractive index, you have to assume that in order for an observer to see a constant speed of light, that particles themselves are affected by the refractive index of space exactly the same way the light is. Therefore, an observer would always see a constant speed of light because they're affected the same way.
Sure.
So in order to make that assumption, the easiest way to do that and with the rest of the forces and particle physics is to assume that particles are still light, they're just solitons that are stabilized by some nonlinearity.
Sure.
Yeah, and then if it's still electromagnetic in nature, therefore it'll still be affected by the same refractive indices and everything else, and it's beautiful. But yeah,
it is.
That's the idea. And I had one more comment for our previous.
You're a young man. Look at all of the great things that are being laid before you. At this
I know.
time.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this greatly, and I hope I can contribute something to it.
Be persistent. Be dogged.
I will. So this Friedrich Morgenthaler. Oh yeah. So this I want to reference for the previous speaker if he's still here. I don't know.
Yeah, he's still here.
Cool.
Yeah. So Ricardo, he's still there.
Ricardo. Yeah. So I found this paper by a guy named Friedrich Morgenthaler, which describes, so we were talking about refractive index changes in vacuum being non-conservative in energy. So
Right.
So there's two cases. There's the space-like boundary, like going from air to glass or vacuum to glass or whatever. And then there's the time-like boundary. And if you have a time-like boundary in material properties, the energy does indeed change to an observer. So if you go read Friedrich Morgenthaler's paper, then that would be the case there. But if by the polarizable vacuum model, we're kind of assuming that we're inside of a black hole and this refractive index change is due to some external behaviors, then those boundaries would be space-like and you would conserve energy in a sense. But if you have a time-like boundary where, like, imagine you have a perfect example, optical parametric oscillators. So if you have a nonlinear optical crystal, you apply an external electric field, you change the refractive index, you can actually pump light like a laser that way.
Yeah.
So that's very non-conservative. You have to have that flux of energy coming in to emit the laser. But yeah.
Well, someone pays the electric bill eventually.
Exactly. Yes. Point being though that when you have a time-like change in refractive index, it doesn't conserve energy, and that paper demonstrates why.
Look, I obviously don't know the specific paper that you're talking about.
I will type it in the chat.
Yeah, but okay. I'm not sure I would agree. Just because someone's written about it doesn't make it true. I mean, if that's the case, then everything I write about is absolutely accurate. So I'm still not sure what you're getting at. Is there any experimental evidence to support the claims made in this paper?
Yes, optical parametric oscillators, various plasma oscillations.
No. I mean specifically in the cosmological sense. Is there anything at all?
Well, no, but I mean, if you're saying that it's a material medium with optical properties defined by vacuum, then I don't see what would be different necessarily.
What's different is, I'll give you the first thing that comes to mind. In whatever paper you're talking about, that does not deal with zero-point field theory, I'm guessing. And it doesn't describe how light interact or doesn't interact with the zero-point field. Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, it is classical, but I'd have to look at that, I guess.
If it doesn't do that, then we're not talking about the same thing. So reading that paper is valueless. is what I'm getting at.
Well, it would be interesting to try and extend it and see how it matches up.
See, the reason
It's just classical electromagnetism. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so the reason I'm pushing back on this is because what I've been able to do is derive accurately, experimentally verified the CMBR. I can actually derive that. I can derive the Hubble constant, right? So not just the cosmological Hubble constant, I also derive the astronomical Hubble constant, hence giving rise to the Hubble tension you might have heard. Using the same equation, I actually calculate exact solutions for the proton and the neutron, both experimentally verified to many significant figures. So this is why I'm pushing back, because it's an investment in time to really read and understand what someone's done. It's not a trivial thing.
Well, this is a relatively straightforward classical electromagnetism paper. It's quite easy to understand.
All right,
I mean, I could even help you out if you want.
Feel free to.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if your theory is right, it's got to have some relation to all this stuff. So, and yeah, it's got a lot going for it. I definitely should say it's got a lot of good predictions.
Well, yeah, push that through. I'll manage it somehow.
Cool. Yeah, I've got that in the chat. Velocity Friedrich Morgenthaler, velocity modulation of electromagnetic waves.
Yeah, right.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's everything I got. Yeah.
Okay. No, all good.
Okay. Well, let me go to Mr. Thomas Malone, Dr. Thomas Malone again. Tom, go for it, sir.
Yes, Tom.
John, not to change the subject or anything, but
Sure. Go ahead and change the subject.
Oops, I'm going to change the subject and somehow throw.
I'm going to talk about that at a future APEC conference. I've already agreed with Tim.
It's an amazing book, and I wondered if you, for this kind of crowd, whether you could do the appendix, which is the calculation of the fission yield on Mars, besides the discovery and how you did it. In other words, summarize the whole book in a slideshow.
No, I will be presenting on that because we now have, let me put it this way. It is well known in the weapons community that the Martian isotopes of xenon in particular give forensic evidence for a massive nuclear explosion using what's called R process, meaning rapid. It's the same process that occurs in a supernova. And if you just have slow fission, you don't get that peak at 129. It's xenon 129. Everything is higher atomic weight. But I worked for almost 10 years at nuclear weapons labs, and the motivation for the book, as I'll discuss in my talk, is no one has ever gone through an international crisis till you've been in a nuclear weapons lab and gone through an international crisis.
Yeah, your story
and seen people who apparently were in the decision chain for nuclear weapons release, dying of stress.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll just leave it at that. I will be addressing, basically we found from supernova data, the xenon 129 spike
and
in supernova data simulations.
The appendix, you actually calculate the yield, which is it's physics and very interesting and very.
I will go into that when I give the talk at the next APEC conference.
That would be great. We appreciate it, I think, for this, and to have it recorded, obviously, as Tim is doing.
Yes, I grew up in the shadow, as we all did, of the specter of nuclear war.
Yeah.
During the Cold War, we thought it had disappeared. Now it is, of course, back again. Nuclear weapons haven't gone anyplace.
But you got permission to actually release this data. from the DOD, which I thought was very impressive too.
Oh,
That's what you say.
I informed the first people I informed was the Department of Defense.
That's what I heard.
And they absorbed, I briefed a member of the DIA on my findings. And he said, we'll get back to you. And then 6 months later, I got the message, go ahead and publish.
I'm surprised.
Well, it's anything that tells you something about not only are we not alone in the universe, but the rest of the universe is just as screwed up as this planet is.
Yeah.
If that was possible.
Right.
So anyway, we'll leave it at that. That's a different physics problem
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
suggested. Thank you.
Yeah. And,
Right now, we're worried about getting to Mars. There. Yes.
I'm hoping to have John back on hopefully April 23rd, sir. Although, you know,
Yes.
we've got stuff in May as well. So
I understand.
Yeah, and
Whenever you can squeeze me in.
I've got
I will give a full
notes made
report
on
of
that.
the latest data.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm excited. People are kind of coming back from, you know, again, we missed a session last month. It was kind of like, you know, vacation March, I guess, but it seems like everybody's kind of back in full force. So,
Right.
yeah, so it's exciting. Okay, well, so I mean, we've got just about 2 minutes left. If anybody else has a question, to squeeze in really quick. And if not, let me see, Ross Small, and Ross is actually with us. And I think, it looks like we're just about all set. So yeah, it's 3:59. Let me do this then. I want to put this thing on gallery view, and everyone, please give Dr. John Brandenburg
Thank you
big
very much.
applause.
It's an honor to address you.
John, thank you so much. Thank you so much. GEM theory is amazing, and I know that you've done years and years and years of work. So I think I am absolutely honored that you chose to speak with it, you know, with us. So
Thanks. The honor is mine to be invited. Thank you.
Well, and thank you again. So let me see. Next, let me see if Ross Small is ready to present yet.
Pardon me while I
Oh yeah, no,
post those things to the chat room that you requested.
Okay, and Ross is here. Ross, are you with us?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so everybody, let me do this real quick. So Ross, you joined us a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I think it was March 12th. And so you were talking at the time about the device you were building. Today, you're going to be presenting on same device. It's the rhythmic balanced interchange, the RBI machine, which produces, or you're hoping will produce, reactional thrust using an inertial propulsion design. So this is based on, this is kind of a mechanical device. And I believe last time you were with us, you had one armature that was working, and you did kind of a test, and you know it was moving around with that. I understand that you've got the other armature. You've got this thing a lot closer to completion. So let me turn things over to you, and you could just kind of walk us through. And you know, if you want to start from scratch and just go through the whole thing from the top, that's totally cool, because we have folks, you know, again, like on YouTube and stuff like that, who may not know. You know, they maybe didn't see your last presentation. So it's all yours, sir.
All right, well, it's actually is all done now. It's 100% finished, so it's right behind me. It's over 300 pounds. It's got 240-pound gyroscopes, so it's about 80 pounds of rotational energy there. And it's got 2 electric motors. This one is about at least 10 horsepower. That's probably close to 10 horsepower. So they're both connected together. So we're talking about 20 horsepower right there of power that are spinning these small little gears down here, which are channeled up through these number 40 motorcycle chains, which spin these 2 gyroscopes. So I wanted to do a couple physical demonstrations first. So you see on the machine, I actually color coded. This is, I'm going to call it point mass 1, the red one, or I can do it 2, whatever, but it's red and blue. So there's 2 point masses, and if I spin the machine around, you'll see I also have 2 point masses, red and blue here, corresponding to the same point mass. So this is one physical gyroscope right here. So I actually did the same thing. I just painted a little blue and a red dot. So I'm focusing on 2 different point masses on a gyroscope that are separated by 180 degrees. So 180 degrees separated, and through their middle is this point called the center of gravity, which is sort of just an anomalous place. But another point I want to say, I was going to connect these 2 together with an aluminum rod, but all you need are 2 point masses. So just 2 point masses spinning around in a circle, that technically is a gyroscope. And then I want to show this. So this is one gyroscope, and then this is an identical gyroscope. So if I connect these 2 together with the same shaft, even though they're 2 gyroscopes, they're connected via a shaft down the middle. So they become one gyroscope. So I'm trying to demonstrate that even though this machine has 2 different gyroscopes, they're connected down the center by the same shaft, and it's a keyed shaft. So this is acting, both of these gyroscopes are acting as one gyroscope. It actually was one gyroscope, but I cut it down the middle and separated them so that I could get these chains to the middle to spin them. And I'd like to first say that this whole theory is from Mike Marsden, his Mach-1 1. I mentioned this last time, but I want to say it again. I also want to mention a few names. Cleveland Savage helped me a lot with this. He started the Anti-Gravity Club, which I joined in 2008. I had actually been following inertial propulsion since 1998, and I found him about 10 years later in 2008. And then later on, Zach Mueller came along, helped me out, and currently it's Brian St. Clair. He's working on the Pi X, which is a basically the same thing as the Mach-1 1, but we're calling this a test, sort of a test machine to demonstrate how the Pi X or the Mach-1 1 works. So Tom, can I share my screen?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, go for it. Just hit the share screen button.
Okay, I made a animation so that I can kind of demonstrate what's going on before I actually show the machine. I made a stop motion animation, so because it's kind of hard to understand a lot of these concepts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, just go share screen. So it's the green button down the center bottom of your screen. And then it's going to make you pick the window.
Oh, I gotta change my settings real quick to allow it. Okay.
Oh, you're probably on a Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine does the same thing.
All right, I'm gonna have to leave and then come back, okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Right back. I'm gonna have to leave because the Mac won't let me do it unless I leave and then reopen it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll hold on for just a sec then. That's fine.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Slight technical delay. That's nothing new to us, though. Oh, yeah. Ricardo, everything okay? Oh, here. Let me.
Just want to ask a question. Just looking at that rig, I'm wondering to myself how he hasn't managed to punch holes in all of his walls.
Yeah. Well,
very, very impressive.
Things like that. I'm really excited about that. The thing that I like about our conference is that we have a mixture, right, of hands-on and theory,
Yeah.
and I think it's really good to have that mixture.
Yeah, look. My view is, no matter what someone puts forward, but any kind of experimental setup, if they've gone to the trouble and the investment, both emotional, financial, and intellectual investment of doing it, I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, good luck to them. That's just so good. It's worth seeing, you know. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, and Ross, your device, to me, your device reminds me a little bit of James Cox. Bootstrap Cox, he had a device. I think his was like a lawnmower engine back in the day.
You mentioned him. I actually looked him up. I found his patent. He never actually built it though. I don't.
He did. He built a few variations, but from what I remember, and I'm not sure if he passed or if he's still around. I think he probably passed because he was older. But his stuff was like shake and bake. You know, I mean, it was all over the place. But he was using the machining and the engines of his day. So,
listen, Ross. Just before you get started, I'd just like to ask you a question. Have you put any holes in your walls with that?
I actually did. I put a hole down right here in this wall. It smashed through the wall, and I had to fix this whole wall right here.
Okay, all right.
went through the wall.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, Ross, let's fire up the animation, see if you can share that screen, and then we'll keep going from there, sir.
Let me see.
There we go. Perfect.
All right, so you see these this picture?
Yeah.
All right, so I also color coded them blue and red. Do you see my mouse too?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like, I guess that would be like point mass 1, that'd be like point mass 2, and that would be the center of gravity. The center of gravity is more of like an anomalitic, weird, you know, it's not really like it's more of like a universal thing. It's like a singularity, I call it. It's, I don't know. A lot of people who work in inertial propulsion want to worry about the center of gravity or manipulating that. I don't think you can manipulate the center of gravity. I don't think you can interact with it. I think you have to interact with the physical manifestations here in our universe, which are the, you know, physical point mass 1 and point mass 2. So what you're trying to do is manipulate this and this to make the center of gravity go straight. So you're trying, that's the whole point. You're trying to take a lot of mass that's spinning around and around in a circle and somehow trick it to make the center of gravity move along a straight line. So that's more of our focus, is we're actually focusing literally on actual physical phenomenons, the point mass 1 and the point mass 2. So last time I mentioned this as well. So as point mass 1 goes up and to the right, point mass 2 is going down and to the left. So they're always doing the exact equal and opposite reaction of each other. Because I want to also point this out. Nothing wants to move in a circle. Everything wants to move in a straight line. Everything. There's no reason why a gyroscope wants to move in a circle unless there's something balanced. There has to be at least 2 points, and they have to be equally weighted and, you know, balanced with the center of gravity That's why they spin around in a circle, is because they're in a balance. So as one point mass is moving up and to the right, the other one's moving down and to the left. So they're always doing the exact equal and opposite reaction of each other. So as one goes up and to the right, the other one goes down and to the left. It's exactly the opposite of the other. So another point I want to say, if these 2 points got separated at any point, if you took a pair of scissors and you cut this down the middle while these were moving, this one would go straight and this one would go straight. So they would no longer be going in a circle because they would no longer be connected. So like if you cut this connection in between the middle, this blue point would go up and this red point would go down. So that's another point I want to make. So this is a very simple stop motion animation of the 2 point masses spinning around in a circle, doing the equal and opposite reaction. And notice these 2 dark lines over here. That's the physical manifestation in the machine that I just built. These 2 arms are actually going to move back and forth and keep up with the point masses, you see? And that's what we call a constant linear component. You have to have something that we call a constant linear component, something that can reach out and touch those 2 point masses and actually physically interact with them physically, right at, not from the motor itself, not from the center motor, not from the drive shaft. You have to do it way out on the periphery where those straight lines are. So we call those constantly linear components, or constant linear components. And so I want to show this point, at this point, I put in an orange arrow. So the machine is, spinning around in a circle, like this, spinning around a circle. When it reaches this point, the left side is now being decelerated by that linear component. So once you start decelerating it, which stands for the orange arrow is trying to decelerate it down in a straight line because it's moving. It's about to move up. It's moving up. It's moving up. That blue point on the left right now, it's moving up. It's moving up. It's moving up, and then it's being decelerated while it's moving up. So if you only decelerate that one point, what happens is it carves out a long trajectory. It carves out a long trajectory while the other point mass on the other side, which is not being directly decelerated, it's connected by the yellow line, the rigid yellow line, which is the gyroscope. So it does an equal and opposite reaction. It carves out a smaller radius. The one on the left side that's being actively decelerated with the orange line is carving out a longer radius. And the point mass, the red point mass on the right, which is not being actively decelerated right now, is carving out a shorter radius. And now that point mass that was the blue point mass on the left that was moving up, 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 now it's about to move down, 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 down. So now, instead of being a decelerative force, it becomes an attempted acceleration force, because now it's not moving up, it's trying to move down in the same direction of the force. So it becomes an attempted we call it an attempted acceleration force. So there's the orange arrow on the right side. As you accelerate downward, that point mass now carves out a shorter radius, while the other point mass on the left side now carves out an equal and opposite reaction, which is a longer radius. And then notice the orange arrow that's on the right, it switches to the left side. Our spring now switches to the other side. We have a second spring that activates to the opposite side of the machine at this point, physically changes to the other side and starts to decelerate that point mass, the red point mass. So it does the same thing. It decelerates it for 90 degrees, decelerates it, and then it accelerates it for 90 degrees down. And see, the other point is always doing an equal and opposite reaction. And then it switches again. See, it gets here, and then it switches. The spring switches. The spring is on the right side, now it switches to the left side. Then it decelerates for 90 degrees, accelerates in a downward attempted straight line force for 90 degrees. Then it switches. It decelerates for 90 degrees, accelerates for 90 degrees. And I find this pretty cool that on the left side is where all the deceleration was happening, and on the right side, all the acceleration was happening. And the radiuses on the right, the geometrical radiuses are smaller than these. And I actually graphed these circles. I actually graphed them, and it's pretty crazy. It actually corresponds. The size of this circle is related to the size of this circle, which is related to the size of one of these bigger circles. So they're all interrelated, like almost like a spiral. So I found that very interesting, mathematically speaking, that this circle, one of these circles is related to this circle, which is related to one of these circles. Maybe I'll show you a video. I actually made a video of this instead of just stop motion to kind of show it. But also, I want to point out, look at the center of gravity. I actually made a lime green, color tracking to track it while it's going along there. So it's, let's start over from the beginning. So normally here's a gyroscope spinning around in a circle. In our machine, we have these linear tethers, and this is what happens. So that's the theory. Let me play this little video real quick. It's the same thing, it's just I want to show it there with a video. There's the deceleration, and then the acceleration. And then the deceleration, then the acceleration, and the deceleration, then the acceleration, and the deceleration, and the acceleration. So I think that's all that I wanted to show from my screen. So I'm going to stop sharing. All right, you want me to show the machine now?
Yes, please. And so Ross, I've got you. Yeah, you're on Spotlight, and let me see. So folks can't. Let me see. People cannot unmute themselves for right now. So yeah, the floor is all yours, man.
So so this is a braided stainless steel 1/8 inch wire, which is fed up from this spring. It's this really heavy duty spring. So right here, there's slack. It's not doing anything on this side of the machine. It's not until it gets here that the slack now reaches, it's now reached this point, the blue point, point mass 1. So for this 90 degrees, it's going to be decelerated, but in a perfectly straight line. So it gets decelerated by this braided stainless steel wire from the spring. It just got decelerated and decelerated. But then when it reaches here, it's now about to go down. So now that spring is going to accelerate it down. So it accelerates itself down from the spring. Then spin the machine around. So now here we are with this side of the machine. It's now going to engage the red point mass and decelerate it for 90 degrees. And then accelerate it down for 90 degrees. And then we switch back again to the blue point. Accelerate for 90 degrees. Accelerate for 90 degrees. And we're back here to the red point again. Decelerate for 90 degrees. Accelerate for 90 degrees. So that's basically how difficult it is to create a machine to do this. It's not easy. It's very hard. Let me show you, I can actually do it by hand. I'll show you from this angle. And there's actually a balance point. I found that there's there's like a buoyancy point. It's like a buoyancy point right here to the middle. It's balanced like right here. See how it kind of bobbles back and forth, and then it. So I found that was pretty interesting. When we turn it on,
Okay. Sorry about that, Ross.
that's all good.
You all done?
I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on.
Do it. Turn it on. Turn it on. We want to see this thing run.
I'm gonna use the powerful motor this time. That's the weak motor. That's the more powerful motor. but it's got some kick with the powerful motor. I mean, it's like
Okay.
10 horsepower or something.
Safety glasses.
Yeah, and I gotta use the stronger electrical circuit because I broke the other electrical circuit the other day because I chose the weaker circuit, but I have to have the really powerful electrical circuit to run this because it takes so much energy to move this thing.
Yeah, put some safety goggles on. If anything flies off, you don't want to be in maybe stand off to the side of it, not in front of it, right?
So should I do it kind of like at this angle, maybe?
Yeah, I think that'll work great. This is yet another first for APEC.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that it's finished now, so the arms are like actually going back and forth like that, right? You know, so there's two arms now. You know, it's pretty cool. I mean, I can't believe this whole thing came together and it like in my mind and it actually works. It's pretty crazy. And the crazy part is that it doesn't want to start initially. I have to kind of like kick it a couple times to get it to finally go because it's so much spring. It's like 70. Each one of those are like almost 80-pound springs. You know, extension stretchy springs that are 80 pounds. Like, twing. So it's like really hard to stretch those springs. You know what I mean? On both sides, there's two of them. So that's like 80 pounds of upward decelerative and acceleration forces being imparted all the way on the periphery of the gyroscopes, not in the center. We're talking about you're reaching out and touching the very periphery of the gyroscopes where you can, you know, extract the most amount of energy way out there. Let me get it started. I was just making sure my cat's not around. All right, I'm ready. All right, was that good enough? Because it's 7:30 and I don't think I could do that again.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's completely up to you. But
yeah, let me turn it one. I'll do it one more time sideways like this. All right, you good enough?
yeah, I think it's awesome. I think that is an awesome device.
It's got power. I mean, once it gets going, but it's still decelerating and accelerating at exactly 90-degree angles like a wave.
So if I can ask, what are your plans in terms of testing this thing?
So yeah, because I was initially going to put it sideways on a bunch of wheels and put a platform of wheels and take it out to the middle of a parking lot and see if it can go across a parking lot. Brian's saying I could either do a pendulum, like a teeter-totter. I'd have to get like a big, huge teeter-totter in here and kind of weight it down and then have it so it's just barely enough to lift off the ground, and then turn it on and see if it, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the problem with the pendulum is you'll have so much instability that it may, I don't know if you could keep it stable to measure the weight, right?
I'd have to have a really powerful, like, pendulum, like I'd have to get like a $10,000 children's steel teeter-totter and do it that way and like weld it to the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Really power, and then bolt it down into the pavement or something, and something like that. Or he's also saying I could buy really big veterinarian scales for like horses. You know what I mean? Like 500-600 pound veterinarian scales, and put them out here, you know, on the ground, and then turn it on and see if it's creating some upwards thrust. But I can't imagine that it's not producing some kind of upwards thrust. I mean, to me, because it's like almost wanting to jump off the ground, it seems like. It's just so much like spring energy just lifting it up. I mean, it's just so heavy. It can't float, obviously. But it's, you know what I mean? If it could produce like 10 pounds of thrust, I mean, that's enough right there, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Ross, let me do this. So if that's it for the presentation, do you want to get a Q&A? Let's go to Q&A then. So, but let me do this. So I remove the spotlight. Let me put this thing in gallery view. People can unmute themselves. Before anything else, everybody, please give Ross Small a giant hand. And I see Brian Sinclair is with us as well. So yeah, let me here. I'll put this thing back on speaker mode, and it is Option Y on Mac or Alt Y on Windows to raise your hand. Oh, Harold, would you like to go first, sir?
Yes, I do. Ross, why don't you, did it occur to you to try a small working model first? Because that one is so big. I mean, there's so much expenditure of cash, and any mistake is expensive, or if you have to make any correction, it is expensive, any adjustment. I mean, did you try working a small model that is safer and you can make a lot of variation as you learn about it? I mean, did you try that first?
Actually, well, I do have a smaller one back in my bedroom that's not as big as this, and I did what Mike Gamble does, and he it's called Swiss cheesing it, where he drills a lot of holes in it to make it lighter weight. And I actually used to do that. I used to drag race. I used to do stuff like that with cars, drill out the metal bodies of cars and make them lighter. So I did that with the machine way back in my bedroom, which is a lot lighter than this frame. But it was getting to the point of being dangerous. But yeah, I mean, optimally, most of my, like, Cleveland Savage has been telling me, you know, I should make one like this small, like, you know what I mean, 10 inches, 12,
yes,
like
yes.
small, like a 3D, like just a 3D printed one. And I mean, that's a good idea. I mean, I'm actually a 3D printer. I could actually do that. I don't have the software right now, but I don't have a 3D printer at home. Cleveland Savage has a 3D printer. I might see if he wants to, because he's really good at 3D printing as well and making things and that. But yeah, that would probably have been better. But I got lucky because I actually worked in junk removal for years in the weekend, so I've got all this pretty much for free. I mean, this has got to be like $10,000 worth of aluminum and steel and wood, and motors and chain. It's got to be at least $10,000-$20,000 worth of stuff, and I got it pretty much almost all for free.
Well, you should make the same thing on the size that would fit on a shoebox. And when you do something like that, not only can you go high RPM, but you'll be able to measure the forces with a small scale. And then you have a better idea how good it works and how to make it better. And you can accelerate your progress a lot faster, because something like that, number one, it is kind of look like unsafe, you know, because the way it's shaking, I mean, if that thing moves too much, if you put too much thrust and it shake too much, you know, it can go through one of the walls. So I think you should try the small shoebox, because, I mean, you find out, you know, you can make a lot of fast progress that way.
Yeah, this thing could definitely kill you. Back when I was back when I was first working on it, one of these gyroscopes just went out. It blew up and it just shot shrapnel. Like, it almost cut my head off. You know, it went into everything. So I would have had my head cut off if I got hit by one of them pieces. And then these wires, like if that wire were to break at the bottom, it'd be like a weed whacker, like a big weed whacker swinging a wire around and around, and would just chop my arm off or chop my head off. So yeah, this thing is extremely dangerous. I mean, I almost broke my thumb the other day. Just got crushed into one of those like little things. It just got crushed my thumb.
Go with a small machine. From experience, I'm telling you, I had it. One time, one small machine, one of my propulsion devices I built, one of the magnets flew off and it went like a bullet. Fortunately, I was not on the way. Recently, you know, I'm talking about in the last 10 days, I was making a demonstration to some friend of one, my machine working, and again, one of the magnets flew up, it went like a bullet. Fortunately, nobody got hurt. So that's what I'm saying. Try the smaller version. It will be safer for you, and you will learn a lot faster. You know, go with the small.
I want to say you're actually kind of like doing the same kind of thing that we're doing here, because with your machines, I saw you on YouTube. You've got the magnets all the way around on the ends.
Yeah, exactly. One of them, you know, the one in the pendulum rotating, one of that one, the magnet actually flew off. You know, and I've been able to produce as many as 14 pounds of force measuring. And the danger is, you know, that it can fly off one of those magnets, because I'm using the Ampere orthogonal magnetic field that produces a reactionary force, which my patent is about to issue very soon. And yes, you know, that's basically what I'm talking about. So if you make it a small one, you should be able to make progress a lot faster, and you can see, because something that big is going to slow you down a lot. I think, you know, you can use your ingenuity, your intuition, you know, and you make a small machine, you see it working. And not only that, you can make a lot more changes. You can make a lot more invention, make a faster progress. But yes, you know, one of those machines, that's what I'm talking about. I was demonstrated recently. Unfortunately, thank God, nobody got hurt. All right, hey, good. You're doing a good job. Keep making progress, okay?
Yeah, but I want to mention, like, when I was saying, like, you're like, you have the right idea, because you're messing with the weight all the way out at the periphery, instead of guys who are worried about tweaking the motor at the center and changing the speed there. You're actually like focusing with the magnets way out on the periphery.
Well, it's producing propulsion force, and that's what is making the arm turn all the way around.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know, so I'm still working with that, because there's many variations to the same thing. I have built many of them. I have 4 patents pending right now. One is about to issue. And so, and that's what I said, build the small machine. You will make a lot of progress faster. You will learn a lot more, and it will cost you a lot less. And that's what is important. Keep on working. I mean, you're doing something good, you know? That's exciting to see people like you do. Sooner will be my turn to be there and show my machine, even though I have it in YouTube, but I would be presenting the theories and everything, with the equations, and but that's good. Hey, thank you. Good luck. Keep on working.
Yeah, good luck to you, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, well, so let me go to Ricardo Storti next. Mr. Storti?
Yeah, g'day. Thanks for that, Tim. G'day, Ross. Look, really well done on what you put together there. It's certainly visually impressive. I'll give you that. And I was a bit fearful for your safety, to be honest, before you turned it on.
Yeah. Me too.
And I'm wondering how you can manage to still have a polished floor after having that on it. But just seeing you turn it around, I would have thought it would have scratched your polished floorboards there. But look, my question is, now, as an engineer, and I'm a mechanical engineer, right? So that's of particular interest to me. Now, looking at it, the very first thing that I'm going to think, as an engineer looking at that, is that if you get any propulsion out of it, the very first thing I'm going to think is, well, it's just mechanical friction, little bits of unbalancing here and there, and that's what makes it look like propulsion. What's your answer to that?
Yeah, because like I said in the last, I don't think you were here in the last one, but I actually do not agree that the Cook propulsion device, the Dean and the Thornton and the gyroscopic inertial thruster, I actually do not think they work. I think they don't work. I think that they can move across the ground like a washing machine, an unbalanced washing machine, and I think that that's not actually going to work in space. So I agree with you. So most machines, I believe, up until hopefully, I think this works, but I'm not 100% positive. But yeah, I believe that just because something moves across the ground doesn't prove that it could work in space. Because I could stand on a skateboard and jiggle my hips to the side, and I could make myself move. You know what I mean? And but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't mean I can move in space. The same thing with a washing machine. I can have a washing machine and throw a blanket on one side and it's unbalanced and it could jiggle across the ground. That's not proof that there's anything going on here. So ultimately, yeah, I would have to do something other than putting it on wheels. Like Brian St. Clair was saying, put it on a seesaw where it's off balance like this. The machine would be like over on this side down, and then when you turn it on, it would have to lift itself off the ground completely, so that there's no way it could be anything else that's doing that. I don't see how any other force could create a seesaw to move like that. Like when you turn it on, it would go like this. And then you turn it off, it would go like this. And then you turn it on, it would go like this. And then you turn it off, it would go back.
So the answer really is that you'd be looking at designing an experimental environment that proves the point, rather than trying to eliminate any frictional contributions like the unbalanced washing machine you're talking about. So you're saying that by choosing the right environment, like a seesaw or something similar to that, proves the point, and overcomes people's doubt regarding friction of components and causing imbalance and stuff like that.
Yeah, and ultimately the best would be to take this out into like a warehouse, one of my friend's warehouses, and dangle it down from like a bunch of braided stainless steel wires with like a 500-foot tall ceiling, and then turn it on. It's sitting there just dangling, and then when it turns on, it moves like 20 feet out and stays at like a 45-degree angle, way out on a 45-degree angle. and it just sits there, and then you turn it off, and then it comes back. It comes back to normal, and then you turn it back on, and then it goes. It floats. It floats out at a 45-degree angle, 20 feet out on a wire, and it sits out there while it's on, and then you turn it off, and then it comes back. That would be the ultimate way to prove that it's really working.
All right, good. Thanks for that.
Awesome. Ricardo, thank you, sir. Let me see who was next. Somebody else had their hand up too. Oh, John did. John, do you still have a question or? Let me see here. John Brandenburg had his hand up a moment ago. Okay, well, does anyone else have questions for Ross? We got about 10 minutes left before we go to Mark.
Jonathan said, permanent magnets, mega ultra super strong neodymium. And actually, I agree with him. Like last time I mentioned, I'm actually going to eventually, obviously this whole machine is kind of crazy. I mean, I don't want to even patent this thing. It's so crazy. But in my mind, I don't want to show you all, but I have something cooked up where instead of having 2 gyroscopes, it would be 1 gyroscope, and I would figure out a way like Harold Tavares is doing with the magnets. Not exactly like he's doing. He's really close to what I'm doing, but not quite. But they'd be, he has them in a circle around. But I think you have to have them linearly in a certain pointed in a straight direction around one side. And once I get that machine, and that I would do, like he said, build it like as big as a shoebox, not even, or maybe 12 inches or something. But that, what I got cooked up on my mind, would do the same thing as this, but be about the size of a shoebox. And it would have no springs, because these are actual physical real springs. What Jonathan's saying here is you can also use magnets, and I agree. I would like to get rid of the springs completely and go with just magnets alone, where there's no physical wear, because magnets act like springs. You know what I mean? So you could either have it where they come together and they repel, or you can have it where there's separating apart and they're trying to come together. So either way, they have a spring-like, they work kind of like springs, but there's no physical wear. Like in these springs are actual metal springs that are really getting worn over time.
Yeah.
And
Well, Ross, let me go to, actually, if it's okay, I know Robert had his hand up first, but let me go to Anthony Williams. I don't think Anthony's ever asked a question at APEC before. So, Anthony, go for it, sir. And here, let me find my mouse. Yeah.
He's Do you have a mic? You don't have a microphone, Anthony.
Okay. No, Anthony, you have a mic, but it looks like your mic volume is bottomed out. We can't hear you talking. Sorry. And I started sneezing when I was going to mention that.
He might have to shut down his Zoom and come back.
Did that fix it?
That fixed it. That fixed it.
Yeah, this completely selected different microphones for some reason. Okay, 2 things. I was wondering, have you heard of the Robert Cook propulsion patents?
Yes.
His ideas?
Yes.
I was thinking between that and then there's another video that says, I don't know if it's a legitimate video, but it says ISA inertial space propulsion.
I know
together.
That guy too. I know him too. I know Robert Cook's son, Robert Leighton Cook.
Oh, okay.
And he died. He living in North Carolina, one state away from me. And I don't know. Did you know he died a little while ago? His son died, so they're both dead now. Both Cooks are both dead. Yeah, both Cooks are dead now.
I was thinking maybe having the one. I think it was part of the ISA that had like one wheel inside of the other,
Yeah, I've talked to that guy. He made it in 3D. It's on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a drum. It's like a drum.
Yeah.
It looks almost like a bell housing. Yeah.
I was thinking, definitely, man, dude, make that smaller. I'm really afraid that you're gonna get hurt with that thing. It's so big. It comes apart on you. But
I do not agree that the International Space Agency, I don't think that theirs works. I don't think that it could work. That their theory is like they're trying to what I call it hula hooping themselves into space. They're trying to create an asymmetrical, like faster here and then slower, faster, slower, faster, slower, faster, slower, faster, slower, faster, slower, and they think that'll get you to lift up and float up, and I don't agree with that.
yeah, I was thinking that the Cook thing might be more legit, but
the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
The Cook machine is like he tries to fling these weights around and then slow it, and then fling the weights around and then slow, and then fling the weights around, slow, and then fling. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right. I think they're focusing on the outward centripetal force or the centrifugal force, and they think that that's like when you swing a baseball bat and you kind of feel it pull you. They think, oh, that's a pulling force. It's not,
right.
because you think it's pulling you, but you're pulling it too. So you're both pulling each other. It's not pulling you. It's not, if you swing a baseball bat in front of you, it's not going to like pull you forward. You could say the same thing. I'm pulling it backward. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. You're just in balance.
Right.
You're both just in balance. So you can't focus on that whole outward centrifugal force stuff that the Cook does, the Dean, the Thornton. You can't, that's wrong. That's the wrong way of thinking about it. You have to do some crazy idea where you reach out and you actually touch the periphery of the gyroscope itself, and then you do it with this straight braided stainless steel wire that's always straight, that's grabbing it and slowing it down, speeding up, slowing it down, but at 90-degree angles.
Have you tried putting it on something with wheels, like whatever they call the mechanics thing that they lay on?
Yeah, I want to like lay the whole thing on its side, and then I'm gonna get a platform of wheels here, like
that would be nice to see,
like a long wooden beam here, and then a big wheel out here, and then like 2 wheels down here, so it'd be like a big huge tricycle, and then have this whole thing laying on its side and take it out into a parking lot. But like I was saying, but like I was saying, that still doesn't. A lot of people are going to be skeptical of that because even if something moves across the ground, it's not 100% proof. You know what I mean?
Have you built it so big because smaller didn't work, or you just started out big?
I just started out big. I just go big. I used to work on drag racers and stuff, so I like power stuff. So I used to drive 11-second 1967 Mercury Cougar, and
okay.
And I had access to all this stuff too, so I figured why not just go ahead and just go crazy with it, just
do machining stuff.
I just have like hand tools and stuff. I don't even have I don't even have a CNC or a lathe or any of that. I mean, I just got a welder recently, and I haven't even started welding really. I mean, but I do know, like Harold Devar is saying, like I should go and just get back into 3D printing and do it. Like make something a smaller scale, because I could do, but then I got to sit on the computer for hours and hours because I'm really good at it, but it takes so long making things in 3D. You have to sit at a computer, and a lot of times I like to just be out with the angle grinder or my hand drill or just cutting wood, just actually sitting there physically doing stuff. So yeah, I probably should get back into 3D printing again.
Or at least you're really testing this stuff instead of just on paper. Most people don't get that far.
And a lot of people just are a lot of talk, and I'm like, just build something. Like you got to do it. I mean, you can't just sit around and talk about stuff forever. You gotta, if you have something in your mind, just do it. You got to get out there and make it happen. Just put it together and just try.
Yeah. Well, guys, if it's okay, because we're pushing pretty close. Anthony, if you're all set, let me go to Robert next.
Yep, go for it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Tim. Hi, Anthony. By the way, you make a great instructor. I mean, Ross.
Thank you.
Get your camera.
How is your system different from the systems? I thought they were already established, the inertial propulsion on satellites and the space station, but apparently not.
Yeah, there's right now, NASA, JPL, all of them, they think stuff like this is impossible. They have gyroscopes that stabilize the thing so it doesn't like turn out of sync. But I'm telling you, if you talk to a regular NASA person and you say, oh, you can propel something with gyroscopes, they're going to be like, cuckoo, you're crazy. That is supposed to be against Einstein, against the whole theory of relativity, the whole theory of you need you can't have an action without a equal and opposite reaction. It goes against Newton. It goes against, well, I don't think it does. I think they're wrong in their assumptions. I think they think it goes against Newton and Einstein. I just think that Einstein didn't think of someone creating such a crazy machine like this to get around his theory and be like, oh my God, like, how the hell did you do that? You know, like I said last time, like Einstein said E equals mc squared, so energy is mass. And so I was mentioning that, like, when you fly a rocket and you shoot thrust out of the rocket, it's basically you're interacting with mass, with propellant, actual physical propellant that you have on the craft with you, and you're accelerating out one end linearly, and the rocket goes in the opposite direction linearly. So in this machine, it's a gyroscope, which is also a big physical massive thing that's like a propellant that's spinning around in a circle, around and around. But somewhere, I believe that there's a conversion going on. The guy who thought of this theory, he calls this the conversion of angular acceleration and angular deceleration into linear deceleration. So he's saying that as the gyroscope is being angularly decelerated and angularly accelerated at 90-degree angles, by having that stainless steel wire, the braided stainless steel wire we call the constant linear component, you always have that constant conversion happening. I call it an angular deflector. So you're reaching out and you're constant, like I showed on my stop motion video, you're reaching out, like, because he plays pool a lot and he likes to hit balls at like other balls that are going in different angles, and he'll change their trajectory while he's hitting with a cue ball. So it's sort of like you're reaching out with like a cue stick and you're constantly hitting this one point. You're constantly deflecting.
Okay, yeah.
At all times, you're always kind of hitting it. So it's like this conversion process. You're converting the energy that's already going around in a circle into this kind of like always this one straight line hit. So it's always kind of getting tap, 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 tap down here at the springs. But my theory is that it's the 2 points are changing. You know, they're changing their arcs, so they're trading off different arcs. And
as long as the forces don't equal and cancel each other out, there's a possibility to work then.
Yeah. Well, Robert, if it's okay, I'd like to go to John before we go to Mark Sokol. John, do you want to go now, sir?
Yes. I want to compliment you, Ross, on your mechanical ingenuity. Put some safety goggles on, please.
I need a helmet next.
You need a helmet. Yeah, and I recognize you're using scavenged stuff. And but anyway, I just want to compliment you on your ingenuity. But please be careful. if you put, if you could make something the size of a shoebox, you could put it on a roller skate or put it on in your bathtub and watch it motor around. If it's really creating a force, that would be a step forward. Of course, ultimately, you'd want to go up on the Vomit Comet with a 0G and watch it float in space, float in the cabin. Anyway, remember the Wright brothers were a pair of bicycle repairmen. They were not physicists. They were not even engineers. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, though.
Yeah, the guy, Mike Marsden, who actually came up with the whole theory, where I tried to break his machine. I don't want to show you all his machine because I mean I think he might be trying to patent it, or maybe because I think he's worried the government's going to secretize it. Like he's been given a secrecy order in the past. He worked on the Apollo moon stuff, the engine way back in the 60s, and at some point he worked for Sperry Rand Corporation, made a gyroscope that can measure speed, not velocity. And he says it's still under a secrecy order from the U.S. DoD. So anyway, he's had that
The government has an interest in these matters.
Yeah, so he's thinking that like if he were to patent it, at that point you put yourself out there. I've actually read the law. Once you try to patent it, you've now opened yourself up to that potential, because the law specifically states that if the DoD feels this is a potential threat to national security, they'll just give you a letter that says this is secret. Sorry. This is way too dangerous to be out there in the public, and you get. I've read it says 2 years in prison with federal felony each time you ever mention that thing ever again, and it's not a joke. They'll give you.
I'm glad you understand that, and be prepared for a tap on the shoulder if you get some success. I will, yes, point out that. We were funded by DARPA, and one of the DARPA people I dealt with said, I'm expecting people to come through the door any day and tell me I can't work on this anymore. Now, that did not happen, but it has happened on other projects. And if you look at the DARPA policy on this, and which is general in the government reserves the right to take any idea it likes and classify it and use it without attribution. So that's because that's their job, is to defend the country. So anyway, carry on your good work, but please be careful.
Yeah. Well, on that note, we're just about out of time. So what I want to do next, I know Ricardo has his hand up. Ricardo, let me put your hand down for now. I want to go to gallery view and have everyone, again, big applause for Ross Small for building a remarkable machine. Ross, I hope to see demo footage from you, but as many people have said, please be super careful. Safety goggles, stay away from them. Yeah.
Loot some plexiglass from the local dump and put a plexiglass shield around so everybody can see what the thing is doing. But
exactly,
chunks start flying, at least slow them down.
As safe as you can possibly be. And Ross, thank you again for demoing. I'd love to have you back. And I know you're working with Brian St. Clair, and he's got stuff he's probably going to share with us as well. So, okay. So what I want to do now is I want to go to Mark Sokol. Let me ask you to unmute.
Hey,
we go.
We got our safety glasses on.
Good.
And this is a great segue into the next device, which we finally got running after months of R&D. This is basically it's like a gyroscopic spinning device where it's going to swing forward slowly and then swing back fast. So it's pretty similar to what you're doing, except that instead of the rotation of the gyroscopes are laminar, they're rotating at the same speed. These are being swung outward and backward at different speeds. And we have servos on either end that are working together to make this happen. Tom over here, Tom Butler, helped us out with the both the machining of the parts. We set it up on the CNC machine, and also programming the Pololo, which was quite an ordeal. Here, you want to power it up?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Flip those switches. There's a timing set into it. A little delay to make sure that everything.
So you're prepared.
I'll put the camera over.
Sure. Really got to hold this sucker in place.
With your glove. Okay, yeah, some screws started popping off, so it looks like it's time for Loctite.
Yeah, yeah. What happens when you rev it up?
Oh my god. Yeah, that came loose. Okay, so it's time for some Loctite on that unit. It's been a while since we last had a presentation here at APEC, giving you the latest updates. We've ran a couple more experiments on the Alzafon EPR experiment, but I'm going to do an update on that on another day. Probably compile all the videos together and give it to you all at once. We also have a couple more experiments going on later in the week that I can't talk about yet until they happen. And that's pretty much it for now. Plan on putting this on on some sort of platform with ping pong balls underneath it for ultra low resistance, measurements to see where it's moving. But right now you saw it was starting to fall apart from all the vibration. So we're gonna have to probably put some Loctite on those things. Do we have Loctite? I think we might have it in the epoxy box. Hey Ross, are you still there?
Yep.
What do you think of that?
I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's doing what you wanted to do, but I kind of like the whole idea where you said the whole swimmer's like arm movement where you're gonna do your like you're gonna reach out and then turn like that. And then
yeah, that's what I was doing. I mean, the amount that it goes forward is just an issue of software. It can do a full 180 if you want it to.
Yeah.
So that's all programmable stuff in the software, but the hardware is there to do whatever you want it to do. And you just gotta put the numbers in the computer and tell it to do that.
This amount of movement was recommended by Mike Gamble, who's been helping us out with the construction.
And not to don't forget to mention the people at Pololo who are
That's
helping out
right,
with the
they
software.
did, very helpful. Dr. Tom Balone, he was helping out.
Yeah, so it's sort of like you're trying to like interact with the actual pole itself, right? Which I mean, it's possible. Maybe I'm not sure. I mean, like I was saying in my presentation, I like to actually interact with the 2-point masses on a gyroscope physically itself, instead of trying to kind of like, I wonder how I can mess around with the pole and kind of play around with the pole there. But maybe, you know, maybe it's possible. I don't know.
Another thing to mention, I don't know if you noticed this, but when we had that emergency, we had to stop the gyro spinning. He used his sweatshirt, yeah, to rub up against it and kill the momentum. So that's a useful thing to have. Like if you ever have an emergency, you need to shut the thing down. Just some cotton cloth. It's an amazing way to kill a gyro's momentum, turn it into heat. I'm wearing short sleeve shirt, and that's not good. But like if you have a shop rag or something like that, Eric Lathwaite had a special carpet next to his experiment spot where that they would use to kill the gyroscopes. Okay, that's good. Yeah, lots of vibration going on here. Okay, Tim, I think we're done with that.
Good deal. Well, that was fast, man. Okay, yeah. So I guess now let's go to open discussion. So with open discussion, let me see, and everybody can unmute themselves. Oh, you know what? We have. Let me see. You know, I have a couple of questions. Mark, I have questions for you for the lab.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, let's go to Robert first. We'll come back to open discussion. We have a presentation. Phil Bouchard has someone who's going to present today, but let's go to Robert first, sir.
Well, Tim, I was going to ask some from Ross. So go ahead with your questions first if you want. But I'll go ahead and ask. Okay. Ross.
Yep.
Hi. Do you have your machine in front of you, with you?
Yeah, 1 sec.
Thanks. Hypothetically, you were talking about hanging it in a warehouse by a number of metal ropes.
Yes.
In what direction with the machine are you hoping you think the machine would move to stay there at a, I don't know, what'd you say, 20, 30, 40 degree angle?
Well, right now, like the idea is it's trying to crew up right now. So
oh, I see. So it has to be on its side.
Yeah, I would have to turn it on its side and then put like at least four braided stainless steel wires all the way up to the ceiling. So there's a lot of physical play, and then turn it on. And then it would have to like deviate by like I said, 20 feet and be all the way out at like a crazy 45 degree angle, or there's no way that the regular physicists would agree that this is, you know, like they're always going to come up with some type of like, oh, that's not actually working. And
yeah, explain it off the map.
Yeah, most physicists, I'm telling you, that's why I haven't had my door knocked on by the DOD yet, because if they do see this, they're going to be like, oh, that's not going to work. That idiot, he's an idiot. He's stupid. They like Robert Cook tried that. Dean tried that. Eric Lathwaite tried that. Thornton tried that. All those idiots. Ha, 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 those idiots. And ha, ha, and I'm going to be laughing at them in the end when it actually works. And then,
well, Ross, that's the stupid people that get things, discover things that's not discovered by regular engineers and scientists in the mainstream. They're the ones who get the things going. I take it, do you have a degree or don't? Are you strictly a machinist?
I actually have a Master of Public Administration from George Mason.
But in science and engineering?
Not in engineering or science or anything like that. So.
I always, in my experience, always the machinists are the real designers. engineers just make drawings for them.
Yeah, the guy who thought of this whole theory, Michael John Marsden, he made up what's called the MAC-1, MAC, which stands for macroscopic. Quan stands for quantum. So it's a macroscopic version of the inner quantum workings of matter. That's what he says. Not this machine, but his machine, which I don't want to show you all. I don't want to give away his invention.
No.
His invention, like mine has these springs that kind of go ding ding ding. His is like it's way more efficient. There's no crazy. The linear tethers are like this. I mean, it's like it's really awesome. His machine. Really? He says it. I mean, I haven't been there to see it, but he says it literally floats. 32 pounds, and it had about 32 pounds of thrust, and he says it literally floats off the ground completely.
Really?
I mean, I have no. I got to be a little bit skeptical, but I mean, the guy worked. The guy helped work with the. He had a top secret clearance, and he worked on the Saturn V rocket back in the 60s. I mean, he's a smart guy. I just don't see why he would lie. I mean, maybe he really has done it.
Yeah.
But
he's either waiting for a patent.
That's it.
I think he's kind of like, screw it. He's just gonna die with it. He's gonna just never patent it. I think he says
wonderful.
He says the government's gonna probably come and take it anyway. So he's like, I'm just gonna die with it. Never. So, I mean, I'm like me and a couple people are the only people that know about the other stuff. I mean, if he dies, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do then, but maybe my friends and me can patent it for his family, I guess. I don't know. I mean, we could do something like that. I don't know. I mean,
yeah. Well, guys, let me, if it's okay, let me jump in really quick. I want to, and thank you as well, Robert. I want to ask Phil Bouchard. Phil, you have a person who's going to present tonight.
Yeah.
Do you know if she is here or?
Yeah, I asked her to connect. I sent her the link. So did you get a request from a guest or something like that?
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm in no rush. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't.
I'm actually I'm there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, do you want to do that then before? So we can come back to Q&A stuff. Would you like to introduce yourself? And so this is kind of an open session question. Let me put the hands down if it's okay, because I'd asked you to come at 5, and I know that we're running over. So if it's okay with everybody, Mark, is it okay to transition over to her presentation?
Sure. How long is it?
I'm genuinely not sure. I think she had about 10 slides.
Yeah, I guess it's about an hour that Phil told me, but it depends of the question. It depends of what you want to know. It's very informal even for me, so it's.
I mean, if it's an hour, let's just do John Brandenburg and Ricardo real fast.
Okay. Well, we'll do that then. So let me go to John then. John, go for it, sir.
John, you're muted.
John, you're still muted, sir.
Maybe you can ask him to unmute.
Yeah. John, can you unmute yourself? There he goes. There we go.
There, yeah, Mark, good to see you again after your visit to Kepler Aerospace the other day.
Oh, yes.
It was so nice to see you, and I think, your female companion, and I just wanted to comment that it would be kind of more effective in your demonstration if you did let it go so it could fly off the table. But of course, I don't want you to damage this thing. But this reminds me of in Hitchhiker's Guide, they said always carry a towel, perhaps made of cotton.
I was counting on his sleeves to shut it down.
30 sleeves.
Yeah, we've had to do that before to arrest the gyros. They're spinning at like 10 to 15,000 RPM, and they weigh a little bit more than 1.5 pounds of brass. Spinning at 15,000 RPM has a lot of kinetic energy. If this thing were to hit the table, not only would it damage all that, it would gouge the table too.
Oh, okay. Very good. You've answered
Okay.
my questions.
Thank you, John. Okay, and let me go to Ricardo now, sir.
Yeah, look, just something I just wanted to mention. There was talk before about patents. Now, if anybody has an issue with patent, or getting one out because you fear of it being stolen by government, patents are country specific. So when you take out a US patent, for example, it's not a global thing. It only works in the United States. So I went to Mexico, for example, and you took out the same patent there, then it's protected in Mexico, and not even the US government can take it away from you because it's a different legal system, right? So different jurisdiction. So that's how they work. And companies like Microsoft, for example, literally have the money to be able to take out a patent, software patent or whatever it is, in every country around the world. In the case of Europe, you can take out a patent, say, in Italy, but that's recognised by the European Union, so you kind of protect patents are country specific. It does come with consequences, but yeah, I just wanted that point. That's all.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you. So now let's go to Phil's guest. So, ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself? And what I will do is I will spotlight you. You can do a screen share if you like. I know you're using a pseudonym. You didn't want to be too public with this, so I would say just go ahead and I will spotlight your. In fact, I'm going to spotlight you.
I can't share my screen. We use MS Team with my work, so I don't know Zoom that well. Phil told me that somebody could do it for me, so my presentation was shared with someone.
Actually,
yeah, and Phil, do you want to do it? Phil can share screen.
Yeah, good. I just need to open the PDF. Just 1 second.
Sorry about that.
Oh no, that's okay. That's okay.
It's just like I'm from my phone, and I don't have all the options, and I usually am pretty bad with technology. So.
Thanks again. I'm going to call you Natalie. Thanks again, Natalie, for being here. It's really awesome. I got a whole bunch of questions. I've been waiting for a week to ask.
I know. Phil's been wanting to talk to me, and I was stuck with COVID all week. I may have a few coughs during the presentation tonight. So basically, I wasn't too sure what to expect tonight. But what Phil told me is that you were discussing anti-gravity and black matter and stuff like that. And quite a few years ago, we have a common friend, and we met, and we started chatting, and it's not something I share a lot, but I have witnessed the UFO in 2016, and so I'm always very nervous to talk about that. And it's hard for me to process everything that happened, but I'm gonna try to share it to the best of my recollection. But you have to understand that it was kind of, I'll explain a bit of the process, but it's kind of, it happens, and then it's like too large, like it's too big to be true. And then you kind of try to memorize, like to remember it piece by piece. So it may not be perfectly accurate, but I'll just walk you through my experience. Phil thought it would be of interest for the group.
I've got the PDF ready right now, so just let me know when to switch pages.
Okay. So you can actually go to the other slide there right now, if you don't mind, Phil.
Yeah.
So it's so for me, well, just I wanted to let you know a bit of who I am. So I'm actually 45. I'm a mother of 2. My sons are 15 and 19. The experience I will tell you about happened on October 26, 2016. So I'll do my best to walk through the experience, but for some of it, there's no words, and English is my second language, so I'll really try my best. But I'm also open to answer any questions that you may have. What I do for a living, I'm actually a manager for values and ethics for Government of Canada, and I've been working for government for 25 years now. Actually, it's going to be 25 years in June, so very close to it. I'm still looking for answers about what happened to me. And it's the first time I actually talked about this to a group, so I am nervous. And I've consulted 2 experts so far from the Quebec side. So there's Mr. Cazot, who's written quite a few books on UFOs and aliens and stuff like that. So he's the first one, because when I was doing the research, his name would come up. So I wrote to him to try to find some direction. I didn't know where to go. And I also worked with François Bourbeau, who tried to have hypnosis done on me, and it just didn't work out. He believes it's because I know too much. So I don't know. And I know there's a lot of stigma when we talk about paranormal experience and UFO sightings. So it's for me, I've mentioned to Phil, I wanted to keep this quite not really anonymous, but kind of anonymous, just because I don't know what the repercussion could be on my career and on other sphere of my life. I'll try to share with you also some experience that came after I saw the UFO. So basically, it's I'm here to tell you my story and with the impact it had on me and answer your question. It's really informal. It's a discussion. So please, like, you don't have to wait till the end to ask your questions, and we'll just go through that. I think it's going to last about an hour. It could be less. It really depends of what you want to know. So as I mentioned, I know I've said it so many times. I'm nervous, but I'm a person who's really also more introvert in life. But I have enjoyed a few years of I actually really like performing arts. So this helps me a bit tonight because I'm talking to the group, so we'll skip a few slides. Phil, we can go to the facts about my sighting slide. So it's yeah, thank you so much. So I'll try to tell you the story as much as I can. So it happened to me 5 years ago, more or less. It was October 26th, and I remember that night I had a coat on, so it wasn't cold and it wasn't really it wasn't hot anymore. I would say 1 or 2 degrees, maybe 3. I had my big army boots on, so it was kind of a really nice evening. But I do remember the sky being grayed out by clouds. So it was not a lot of light, and it was very like you couldn't see a sunset or whatsoever. I was taking a walk. Actually, around that time, like I think 2016, June or something, I had started playing Pokemon Go with my son. So I was out that night walking, and every night I would make a point to go for, I would try to do 3 to 5 kilometers. And usually it was just like to try to get some air and decompress from the day of work. And I remember that that night I usually would go a bit later, like around 9. But that night I had to go early because it was actually my son, my oldest son, he's 19 now. At the time he was 14 or 15. And he had to babysit. And he had something at school, so I had to replace him at the babysitting job. So I said, you know what, I'll just go early for my walk. And I didn't notice that the neighborhood was so quiet. Like usually I would walk and people would also be playing because at the time the game was quite popular. And I would see people walking their dogs. And I remember that evening, it was so quiet. And then it was on my left side. I turned on La Rue de Belleuil, which was close to my house, and there's a big park there. And on my left side, I was listening to my iPod at the same time, and those lights were kind of changing, and I kind of thought it was a plane, but I just noticed a weird pattern in the way it was flying. And it was switching from like white, blue, and red. So I was like, well, maybe it's a planet. Like at that time, I wasn't too intrigued. But then I started seeing it was kind of jumping around and taking different directions, and it was quite weird. And there's that big vibration that took, I don't know how to explain it. It was everywhere, and it was going through my body. And so I remember taking off my earpiece, my headphone, because I didn't know if it was a sound or what it was. But the closest thing it reminded me of was when I traveled to Thailand. I went to a temple, and they had that huge gong with like a very, it's a deep sound, almost like a bass, and you could feel it in your body. And it was that type of vibration where it's just very present, and it was everywhere. So that really, then I really started to be intrigued. And so I started wanting to follow the lights because I could see there was some movement there, and they were kind of starting to like they were now taking a direction. So I was running and trying to. I didn't want to lose the lights of sight. So between the houses, I could see the lights. And then I got into the park, and the lights. They just like went straight away. And I was like, oh, okay, that was weird. And I thought that was it for the night. And then I saw it starting to come back. And then it started to really have a descent. And do you see it slid? So it was just like sliding away, like just not like sliding towards the park and towards me. And it changes from that white, blue, and red little lights to like orange lights. And it just got weird. And I was curious, and I was wondering at that time. I remember having that moment where I was wondering, what am I looking at? Like, is this a drone? What could this be? And I was trying to match it to anything I could recognize from being something I know, something of this earth. I don't know, like, and then I was like, okay, so at first it was like a tiny thing in the sky. So I'm like, well, maybe my perceptions are wrong. So maybe it's just a drone. And it was descending and quite fast actually. And again, no sound, just gliding very smoothly. And the vibration was still there. And my feet, I'm just trying to figure feet or foot, but the 2 feet, they were like stuck on the ground. And it felt, and I don't know if you recall those rides. When in Canada, we have La Ronde, but any amusement park used to have those. It's a circle, and it would turn so fast that you would kind of stick to the walls. They don't have those anymore, not in Canada anyway, but they had those up until I was like 9 or 10. And so it was kind of that feeling that there's just so much energy going around that I couldn't walk anymore. I was actually being glued to the ground. And I was looking around, and I saw there was somebody else in the park. So I shouted to that person. I said, do you know what we're looking at? Because this is really freaking me out right now. And the person was standing still, looking up, really like immobilized by something. But as soon as I talked to the person, the best way I could describe it at the time, it was like he had an epilepsy crisis right in front of me, or doing the bacon dance, but on his foot. Like, it's like it disturbed something. And that really, like, at that point, I no longer felt safe at all. But even though I didn't feel safe, I remember like 2-3 times, my body would just turn down. I would become immobilized. I would look at that thing. Then I would have those discussions in my mind. Like, my mind was working fine. And I was like, I want to take a picture of this thing. And then my body wouldn't do it. And then I really forced my body to try to, press on the camera button on my phone. And then I started having that discussion where I just couldn't take a picture, because if I would, maybe I wouldn't see my family anymore. So I wasn't too sure what was happening there. And none of this made sense to me. But I remember at one point, I was like, I just have to leave. I have to replace my son at the babysitting thing. So and that was, it kind of kept me focused on something I have to do. And I kept telling myself, I don't have time for this tonight. I don't have time for this tonight. Please leave me. I have something to do. I have to go. And I was able to take my 2 feet and just like start running. And then I started seeing everything in black and white. And that has always been for me a sign that I'm about to faint. And I was like, I can't faint. I don't have the time for this. I don't want to go on that thing. I don't know what it is. I was just so scared. But I have to say, though, that when looking at it, I was scared, but I was also thinking, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. So there's really these 2 parts of me. One, like not understanding what I'm seeing, and the other thing being amazed by what I'm looking at. And it's it's really we can go to the next slide, because I tried. It took me quite a few days to try to find an image of what something close to what I've seen. So the next slide will give you that image that I've modified as well, just to give a sense of the park and where I was. But in my head, all I was repeating, like, there's circles within circle, and there's about, and I was trying to count. I'm like, there's about 7 or 8 rows of circles, and then there was those rays all around, and the rays were turning left side. I could remember like telling myself it's counterclock. C'était le sens contraire des aiguilles de l'horloge. So it was counterclock. So and I don't think the machine was turning. It was the lights that were actually turning. I think that the machine was just kind of sliding. So it got so close that I was able to figure out, when I went back to the park after the experience, that it was about 15 meters big, and it was at the height, I think you say a 2-story house. So in maison à 2 étages, you can correct me, Phil, if I'm wrong. But it's like, it wasn't far from the ground at all. It was quite close, actually. So that thing just parked there. And like I was just, by the time it was almost parked, that's when I started running, because I didn't want it to go. I fainted, and I don't know when it was parked there. I can't be sure. I have a sense there's been a flash in my back. And once that was done, I just thought, okay, I'm all right. All good for tonight. And always that thing of like, I'm okay for tonight. It was always coming back. And then it was kind of strange, because it kind of snapped. And I was in the park, in the ground, and I didn't know why I'm going to cry. So I didn't know why I was in the park. And then I was having I have asthma, and I was in the middle of a crisis, and I couldn't remember why I was at a crisis. And then I was like, what happened? Why can't I breathe? And then I said, holy shit, I just saw a friggin' UFO or something from the sky. I don't know what it is. And I just looked up and just in time to see that thing going in the clouds. And then that was it. So I ran home. At the time, I was still with the father of my two sons. And so I couldn't breathe. I was crying. I had to get my act together because I was babysitting now in 10 minutes. And I was crying and I was like shaking. And so he comes to the door and is like, what's going on? And I said, I don't know. I don't like, I think I just saw a UFO, like, and I tried to explain it to him. And it was kind of weird because what he said to me was, I don't like that. I don't like that you've seen that. He says, I don't know much about UFOs and I don't know much about these things. But what I've heard is that when you're able to see them, it's because they've interacted with you before. And I don't like that idea at all. And so I stopped for a minute and I said, have I ever told you that I saw UFO before? He said, I don't know. Why? I said, because you said that before. Like, I remember that exact same comment from before. And then we just, I can't remember if it's that night or if it's a bit later on, but we figured out that in the previous house, about 10 years before that, I came home running with basically the same experience, but we had both forgotten about it. And I don't know why we forget about that because it's so incredible. So, sorry. So, and then for the next 2-3 days, like, so I was very, I would say, intensively scared for about 20 minutes and shaking and like really in a panic mode. Then I had to go to do the babysitting. So I had to switch it off. But what I realized, then I went to the office the next day and I was talking about it actually. But it was like I was talking about it being disconnected from the experience. So I was like, hey, guess what? Like, I've seen a UFO yesterday, and I'm thinking of that because it was the size of this office. And people were just looking at me like I was crazy. And I would have done the same if somebody else would have told me that story, probably. But I was so disconnected from the experience. And then, so that happened. It was a Wednesday, I believe. By the Saturday, I panicked again. And I just said to Frédéric, the father of my kids, and I said, Frédéric, have I came in the house this week, like kind of in a panic and like saying I've seen a UFO or something like that, like something strange like that? And he said, yes, you did. And I said, okay. He says, why are you asking? I said, well, because I'm not sure if I've dreamt this all or if it actually happened to me. But it's very vivid. It's like it's real, but it's surreal. So I don't know what's going on. But I said, well, why haven't you talked to me about it anymore? Why haven't you asked questions about it? And he said, I don't know. It never came back to mind. And I'm like, how can't... I said, I don't know, we can all forget about that. But then my son also came in and said, oh, no, I remember, Mom, like you were panicked. And it was kind of scary for us too. So that's the beginning of me remembering like exactly what happened. And my memories of that night, I think they came back in about 3 weeks or a month, bits by bits. I'm not sure I have the old recollection of the memories still to this day. But then having that happened, so I'm just gonna make sure I don't forget anything. So having that happen, I was, it's kind of funny because I had never seen the movie. How was it called? Rencontre troisième type. So encounter of a third kind, I believe, in English. And so it's one of my friends that I trusted, and I told her the story, and she was looking at my behaviors, and she said, "Oh gosh, you remember? You make me think of that guy in Rencontre troisième type." Because he became obsessed with what he'd seen, and then she told me about the sounds, and she said, "You should really look at that movie." And I'm not sure I was ready at the time. I finally took the time to see it, but I don't remember when in the storyline. But what I do remember is that not too long after that, the movie Arrival actually came to the theaters. And I wanted to see that movie, and I really like Amy Adams. And what struck me in that movie, at the time, I was still a bit disconnected. I would have to look in the timelines when it came to the movie theaters. But I do remember that what struck me is her relations with time. And actually it's that friend who told me to watch the Rencontre troisième type. She said, "You have to see this movie Arrival, because when you discuss time with me, you have that different perception of time." Because I've always said, for people, like, time is kind of linear. For me, it's like bubbles, and I can jump in the bubbles from the past to the future, and that's been with me all my life. So she said it's kind of funny because her relations to time is very similar to yours. So she said, when I was looking at that movie, I was thinking of you and your experience, and thinking that the person who wrote this movie must have looked at witnesses' testimonies and stuff like that to come up with the story, because there's too many similarities. And then I remember, I think it started with the movies. Then I was able to start reading a few books. And what was weird with the books was that some of the dreams I've been having my whole life were actually written down in those books. And Frédéric, we had been together when I was like 18 and 19. Then we left each other. Then we came back together. I was around 25, and we've been together for 17 years after that. So he's known me for a long, long time. So he was able to, I was telling him, is it just in my mind? But I told you this dream, there's the apocalypse, and I'm giving people directions. Or there's this thing happening on Earth, and I have to save my baby, and there's obstacles, and I see my family die around me. Or I'm in this tower of control, and that we have to, and I'm learning how to fly a ship, or I'm learning, and then anyway, and he was like telling me, like, it's actually very strange because you have told me similar stories to that. And then going through and I know I'm going beyond but whenever I saw this UFO, like this sighting in particular, because it's the one I remember, now I know there's been many more in my life, at least 2 or 3. I think there's more. I don't remember them, but just it's that feeling like all my life I've had these experiences where I it's really, it's so strange to talk about it, but lights I've been seeing in my house, even as a child. Thanks, Phil, for following up with the PowerPoint. So I just realized that I saw many of them, that I most likely have been in ships, and it's so weird to say something like that. But I had those, and I could remember being in a tube I can't explain it, but I know I have needles in my neck. And it's the same feeling I had with the UFO, with all the gravity or the energy going on. So my mind works, and I'm just in that too with the needles in my neck, and I'm just trying to take my feet off the ground, and I'm like, it's funny. Like, I mean, I just don't control my body anymore. Like, and so, and I'm not scared. Whenever I have those recollection, I'm not scared. When I'm in that moment where it happens, I get scared when in my, I'll call it my human self, or my being from Earth. Like when I think of that, all that, I'm just like, that's really weird. Like I should be scared. This is not normal. This is weird. And then I've had, so I've started, and it took me lots of courage to talk to my family. I come from a family with a very, very strict Catholic background. So you can imagine that these things just didn't exist when like all my life. So I was living through things, and I was actually trying, I had a few friends I could trust. But to talk to my family was a strange thing. But I actually said to my sister once, and that happened after, and I'll show you, I have some pictures. I'm not sure it's too clear, but there's actually a day where I woke up with scars. And I didn't realize right away I had scars, but it was itchy, and I was like scratching. And then my son, my youngest son, said, oh yeah, my arms are itchy. And I said, yeah, me too. It's so strange. So I start looking at him, and I see he has 2 scars that he never had before. And then I look at my arms, I have the same scars, and they're all 6 centimeters, and they're 3 centimeters where there's the fold for the elbow. So the first one I noticed were about the were in the arms. So anyway, so once that happened, I took the courage. I spoke with my sister, and I said, I think I can trust you on this. And anyway, and we started talking, and she said, you know what? She said, there's been this weird experience for me when I was pregnant of my last kid. She has 3, so with her daughter. And she says, so I'm in that place on a bed, and they're taking my baby out of my belly, and I tell them, give me back my baby, like give me my baby right away. And they say, no, don't worry, it's gonna be fine. And then they put the baby back in her belly, and then they take her to visitor room, and there's different jars, and they say, these are all your babies, see, like you're fine. And so she could remember that, but she said, once my daughter was born, I forgot about that because my baby was fine. But now that you're telling me all these stories, she says, I'm just thinking of this. And I said, you know what? Give me a second. I'm taking a picture of the book I just read, sending you a page. And it's a lady explaining exactly words for word what my sister has told me. So then I learned that they usually look at bloodlines. It would make sense because we realized that even my youngest son told me one time, about a year after the experience, when I saw the UFO, he said, you know, Mom, I often say that I miss our first house that we had. And I said, yeah, I know, but you know, like our new house is as good. He says, yes, but in that house, at night, I would touch the wall, and there would be a door of light. And then I would walk in that tunnel to go to that place, and it felt so good. He said, Mom, I could live this once more, and then I could die. I wouldn't care. I just want to go through that again. It was so awesome. And I said, wow, I don't want to hear you say that, because it's really hard being your mother and hearing you say that you could die. But then I said, I think I understand that feeling, because I felt that actually. being in that room where it's really hard talking about all this, but I had a small surgery in the hospital, and I was 19 at the time, and I never knew how to explain what happened, but I remember being in that room where it was like the light was, everything was white, and there were those kids, and I just thought they were kids who died with cancer. Basically, that's how I explained it to myself, and that I just switched dimension for a little while, and I was able to see them. And then I heard my mom calling me back, and I came back to her. But I remember in that place with all the kids, all the kids with so much love was felt in that room. So anyway, so all these things, I know it doesn't make sense, like it's not linear, because the memories just came back, like it's really bubbles. And when I started, I've been interviewed a few times by the two experts, and they actually triggered some more memories for me. One memory was, I always thought it was an entity. I would call it an entity, but I thought it was a spirit. But I was in Lac Mégantic. For a little while, I used to do performing arts, so I had a show to do in Lac Mégantic. But in the bed and breakfast during the night before the show, I woke up. I couldn't breathe. I had my eyes wide open, and I had that face floating about 5 inches from my face. And all I could remember was, I want this to look human. I want this to look human. This can't be. So when I was able to, and then I kind of fainted, and then I woke up again, sat on the bed. I was crying. I was able to wake up Frédéric. I did the show the day after. My voice was all scratchy because I didn't sleep, and I had screamed in the night and all that. And so when I was working with the expert, they said, well, why were you saying I wanted to look human? I said, well, I don't know. I guess it didn't look human. So then they said, what did it look like? And it took me a while, but I could remember the eyes were just too big to be normal. And they were lime green, like our apple green, like really like a, and the face was like too long, too thin in the bottom. So there's all these memories that have been triggered. I knew about these memories, and I would tell the stories, but I had never thought it would be related to aliens or whatever. I just thought it was, weird things happening in my life. Something else that was weird during my pregnancies. The first one, both pregnancies were actually difficult. And for both pregnancies, I ended up asking to keep my babies. And I didn't know who I was asking that to. I just wanted to have the right to keep my babies. And I remember that for my first son, I kept having those, I would call those hallucinations, but I would walk downtown Ottawa during my lunch break, and I would see those big beings about 7 foot. They would at least one head like over the other, and they were like big bugs. It happened 3 times, I believe, during my first pregnancy. And I remember asking colleagues, when your wife was pregnant, did she mention stuff like that, like having hallucinations or bad dreams, or and they said, no, that's weird. And I said, yeah, it is weird. And I just kind of brushed it up. I had weird experience like that with my second one as well. And I just couldn't explain it. So I just went on with my regular life, focusing on what I could focus on to try to stay healthy. So I was trying to think of doing things I like, doing music, doing photography, working, raising my kids. But since 2016, it's like all these experiences from the past, I don't want to imagine them, but some of them I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that time when I was in the university residency and there was that black shadow thing sitting on my stomach and I couldn't breathe. And my roommate put the keys in the door and it just kind of flew away. And she came in the door and I said, thank you. And she said, why? So I can't explain it, but there was that thing sitting on me, and not on my stomach, but on my on my lungs. And so anyway, so all these, I understand that it sounds crazy, but it's been part of my life forever. And having that sighting just kind of opened the door for me, where I have so many questions, because I realized that I try to explain life in a very not complex way. And it's so much more complex. And now I'm seeing the pictures that Phil is showing. So while I was doing all my research, I actually decided to buy something. It's a full spectrum camera. And I was like, you know what? I have all these memories and I've seen this thing and I don't even believe myself. I need something that I can trust. And so I said, maybe, the full spectrum camera will give that to me. And so I would actually film 4 hours a day, maybe. I would put it on my deck and then I would analyze all the images. And I was able to see quite a few things. I would eliminate so many things like bugs, birds, anything that I wasn't sure of. But there's a few of the most, and what I would notice would be usually like just a small light that would be moving. It usually would, I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't reflecting a light. It was a light in itself. And when I would notice that movement on the screen, I would zero in, and then I would try to see, what is it? Is it a bug? Is it a bird? And sometimes it would, on about 400 hours of movies, I don't even have like 5 minutes of stuff that I've kept. But these two pictures that you're seeing, like the one with the blue, was pretty clear. There was like 3 lights on that one, and there were 3 ships close to that, to my house. So the movement on the movie was actually making it easy to see. And I think this is the one as well. Just before disappearing, it kind of sent it pitched light, like it's kind of did a light, not a lightning, but it did something, and then it just disappeared. And then there's the other one with a very weird shape that I was able to match with some UFOs that are known to man. So I was like, these for me were like, I guess, the proof I needed in this world to tell me that, what I've been seeing, because for a while I was actually asking myself if I was crazy. And it's really hard to find people to talk about this stuff. You will see, if you would just want to go back to the slide before where there's the scars. Some of the scars actually happen, like the one with my ankles. Those actually happened after I decided to speak to some people. So the next morning I had new scars. And the one with a triangle with the circle, I remember asking, I said, well, apparently with my research, they say that if you've been through this, it's that you've decided or that you've agreed to this. And I'd like to know that because I can't remember. And so the next morning I had that new scar, and it's Frédéric who actually said it looks like a hieroglyph, like it looks like a symbol of some kind. So I started searching for symbolism in Egypt and all that, and it's actually Frédéric who found the exact symbol from an abductee site, and it said that there's the open triangle with the circle is the master race, and there's the triangle with the inward little feet and like inside the triangle. That means compliant, and if it's outward, apparently it's because you're a slave. So I was like, okay, so I guess that's my answer. I've asked a question. And then there's these bruises that I woke up with, and they were very darker than that. But before I realized that they weren't normal, it took me a few days, because you wake up with those things, and I don't know why, but my brain just discredits them. And then after a few days, I was like, hey, wait, I don't remember having this done. And I remember that one of the 3 bruises had like a needle mark with a drop of blood in. So that's another thing. And I made some research, and I saw that some abductees actually had those. And I'm still having a hard time saying that I'm an abductee. But if I'm looking at the literature and I'm looking at my experience, I'm like, well, there's a good chance that I am. One of the experts actually thinks that I most likely have many hybrids kids on ships. And I said, well, that's a theory, and it could be, but I have no proof. So even I'm debating all this. But the thing is that I'm going through stuff that not many people are going through. And I am aware of the difficulty of discussing this in the regular normal life. And I don't know, so there's not much I can teach you like on the ships and all that, but I just thought it would be of interest to you to know about this story. And so I told you about the beings in the hospital. So that's one of the searcher, when I was telling him my story in the hospital, when I left my body in that room with the lights and all the kids with cancer. And he said, those weren't kids with cancer. Those weren't ghosts or spirits. He said, when was that surgery? And I said, well, around 96. And he said, the hybrids in 96, from the literature, drawings that people have done look like that. So the eyes were too big and they didn't add air yet. So you would have thought they were kids dying of cancer. And he said, I bet those were all your kids, welcoming you. But I don't know. All I know is that it's I accepted to talk tonight just because I think there's things going on that we don't know. Oh, and I just ate seeing that being because it reminds me of the one I had. Can you please change that slide? I really can't stand it, but it's that face that was in that room in Lac Mégantic, and I was so scared. I tried to tell myself that if something bad was to happen to me, it would have happened already. So I go on, and I can go outside now and take walks, and I've started playing Pokemon Go again, not too long ago, because my son said, oh, it's back in, so it's a reason for me to go out and take walks. But it changed me to my core, and I find myself also always looking at the sky. And every time I go by that park, and it's still right beside I moved in the same neighborhood, and just going by that park, I just see it all, like every time, all over again. I just see the ship, I see the other man. I would like to know what he has become, but at the time I was I was never able to find him, and I was too scared right after to wait for him and ask him questions or answer his questions, because maybe he remembered even less than I did. So basically, that's my story. I don't even know how long I've been talking.
Oh, you did great. You did great. Well, and thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. So yeah, okay. So we've stopped the slide share, and you're still on. And let me see, you're on phone batteries, right? So we'll cross our fingers and see how much life you have. So let me do this. Actually, Ricardo had a question. Are you open to doing question and answers?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And please bear with me. I'm struggling with some hay fever, so I'm going to try not to sneeze while I talk.
It's okay. I've been coughing. You're fine.
Yeah, it's that exciting time of the year. But yeah, you did wonderfully well. Ricardo, would you like to go, sir?
Yeah, sure. Look, first, I'd like to say that I applaud you for having the courage to tell your story, because it's obvious that you've been stressed by the experience. It's obvious, and you confess that you have been stressed by the experience. I totally get you. I haven't had a similar experience to you, but I fully recognise how traumatic some experiences in life can be. I had a hell of a year in 2021 with chemotherapy. I've got blood cancer, I mentioned before, and that experience has been so traumatic for me. I totally get where you're coming from. So thank you for having the courage. My question is, do you remember at all with the lights that you said you observed under the craft? I think you were saying that they were rotating. Are you able to put any kind of frequency value to that light rotation under the craft? I mean, I know it's a difficult question, but are you able to estimate how fast the lights were spinning? 1 rotation a second, 10? Can you any guess at all?
It was, I can't guess in terms of frequency, but it was, let me try to find something it could be compared to. Like it wasn't, what is coming to mind is those barbershop things. It's constant, and it's like, but it's not, it wasn't fast, like spinning.
Yeah.
You could really sense that movement. But what I forgot to say about those lights, though, is that they had no halo. So the lights were really bright, but very definite. They were bright, but they weren't lighting anything. So that is something that, but in terms of how fast it was a constant movement on the left. Maybe because this was a big engine, but I would say it would take maybe 2-3 seconds.
Right. Okay. So it's pretty low. Well, I mean, that's what we would call fairly low frequency. If you can perceive it, right? If the human eye can perceive it, it can't be actually rotating that fast. But that's all. Look, I realised it was a very difficult question. I wouldn't have been able to answer it if I had had the same experience. So I just thought I'd ask, because maybe you didn't have an answer.
Yeah, but I don't and I don't my perception is really that the machine didn't move, but the lights were moving, and it really made me think of an amusement park. Those. But the difference in the lighting was like if you go to the amusement park, there's the halo, like you'll see the blue, but then there's like that blue around. This was, and the ship itself was like an onyx charcoal kind, and it was so clean and so perfect. There's no words to describe it, but it was black and yet kind of a shiny. And so that makes me think it could be charcoal, but
Okay.
But I don't think the machine was rotating. I think it was just the lighting,
Yeah,
but
just
I
the
could
light.
be
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Wonderful. Ricardo, thank you. Let me go to John next. John, sir. Oops, John, I'll do ask to unmute.
Yes, I just want to thank you for sharing your experience and typical of abductee experiences. You can't remember everything, and everything is at a certain level quite confusing. But thank you for sharing. And I guess that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, and thank you as well. Let me go to, you know what? Let me go to Bruce, and then I'll go to Phil, if that works. Or Phil, you said you've been saving up questions for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? So
Yeah.
let me go to Bruce first, then. Bruce, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I wanted to say to her that if she wants to talk to somebody who has had quite a few abduction experiences and other related experiences, she should contact me, and I'd be very happy to. And I'd like to know if she knows about the Winnipeg UFO group in Canada.
Well, I don't know about the unit. Like, is it the CE5?
I know, it's a group of people around the country and the world who have meetings there in Winnipeg, Canada.
Okay.
And they have monthly meetings, usually the second Tuesdays of the week. And I put Mark Olson's information in the chat, and I can get you in touch with them, because there you will be able to talk with many other people who have had experiences.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, also, I wanted to ask, have you been hypnotically regressed?
Yeah, they tried. Well, Francois Bourbeau tried. And he said he tried everything from the smooth approach to drastic approach, and it wouldn't work for me. And
wow.
So he thinks that I've been programmed not to access that information. He thinks that maybe I know too much. But for me, until I have proofs, it's only theories. The thing is that he said it could very well be that they told me, if you remember things, will harm you or your family. And so I'm preventing myself from going there, whether it's true or not that, people are going to be armed. But he said that he's heard that story before, but I don't remember that. So, but they tried, and there was no success.
Good. That's good that you've attempted that. I went through hypnotic regression, and I recalled the extreme event that I had when I was abducted in front of my entire drill crew in Virginia in 1981. They saw the craft hovering over an adjacent field, a beam of light coming from it to the mudlogging trailer where I was sleeping. They saw the little bodies taking me in the beam to the craft. They went and found me missing, and then they saw me brought back in that another beam to the trailer. And when I woke up, it was like one horrific nightmare. I couldn't believe what had happened to me. I was in great pain and hypothermic, and the only thing I wanted to do was forget it. And I was shocked by what my crew told me that they actually saw happen. And I had no concept of abduction at that time, or ETs.
Yeah.
So,
no, well, I'm actually glad I don't. I'm actually glad I don't remember that much. But there's a part of me who wants to understand, and there's a part of me who's like, I'm, and there's you're making me think of another memory. A few months after the UFO sighting, I remember waking up about 2 foot, 2 feet in the air before I hurt my bed and I bounced back, and that vibration was there, and it sounded like I was just dropped by the engine. And I tried to look if it was because everything was shaking. So I tried to look if there had been an earthquake and during that night, and none was registered.
Let me, if it's okay, let me interrupt really quick. Bruce, maybe you could share some contact info she could reach you at.
Yes, I'll put that in the chat. Okay.
Oh, okay. And you know, let me see. I'm not sure. Do you have access to the chat to pull out Bruce's info?
Let me see.
I'll copy and paste it just for her.
Phil, do you think?
Phil?
Yeah, I'll copy and paste it on Facebook.
Do you have a pen? Can you write down the?
Okay. Yeah, actually, Bruce, you can put it in chat, and Phil will get it to her because they're colleagues.
All right. Very good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you.
Yeah, and that okay, and so let me go to Phil next, sir. I apologize for keeping you waiting. But he said he's been saving up questions. So I was like, okay. So release the Kraken, sir.
Yeah, actually, I just want to say that I met Natalie a couple of years ago. When she heard me saying crazy stuff like Einstein was wrong, she immediately opened the can of worm on her experience with the aliens. So we were on the same wavelength, let's put it that way. Natalie, I was wondering, I don't want to scare you, but it sounds like you have a tracking device in you. Have you ever scanned your body to know if there's any device so that the aliens are able to track you, because you've been abducted multiple times now?
Well, I don't know that. I suspect that. One thing I can say about tracking device is I remember out of nowhere, every time I would see a coat hanger, I would have that feeling in my eye, right? And I would just be like, I don't like to see that metal piece, and I would have the sense that it would go in my eye and do something. And one time I went to the eye doctor, and they did say, there's that little piece in you, and I don't know what it is, but it doesn't seem to be affecting anything. It doesn't seem to be in the way. It doesn't seem to be dangerous, so we'll just leave it there. But that's the closest of what there could be, but I haven't checked officially. I haven't been scanned, like not the old body. No.
Okay, because I guess that I would certainly that would be the first thing I would do, and I don't know. You never had problems by going to the airport with the machine that scans your body. They never detected anything there.
No.
Yeah. Also, did the newspaper talk about the flying saucer around and get snow? Did the neighbors saw anything, or you're really it's really like an isolated case?
Well, there's me and there's this other man. I haven't reached out to police. To be frank, I had no clue what to do. You see, nobody says what you have to do if you see if you see a flying saucer. So I had no clue what to do. When I reached out, it was more to try to understand what had happened to me. But one thing that I can share is that, so not too long after the sighting, maybe a month after, I went to my hairdresser, and she said, wow, what happened to you? You lost so much hair. And I said, she said, has there been anything traumatic? And I said, yes. And she said, what is it? So I told her that. And then about a month later, I was telling the story to a former colleague, and she turns white. And I tell her that I saw that UFO, and And she turns around and she said, "I believe you." And I said, "Well, don't put too much in it. Like, I know it sounds crazy." And she said, "No." She said, "End of October. I can't remember the date." And she lives in the same neighborhood, and she could have seen that thing from her house before it was lower on the ground. But she said, I think she was doing the dishes or something and looking by the window, and she saw that thing sliding and kind of coming down the park. And she drew it to me from her angle. So she drew like a flat thing with lines, which would have been the rays that I've been seeing. So there would have been another witness. And strangely enough, as she turned white, so it happened that we knew each other. But besides that, it was not in the newspaper. There's one, Jacques Cazot wanted to put my testimony in his book, and I wasn't ready for that yet.
And also, do you remember the transition process of you entering the spaceship, or you were knocked off before? You don't remember when they were dragging you inside?
I have glimpses of things that could be in the spaceship. Like I said, in the tube with the needles and there's other memories where I know that I need to go talk to someone, and I'm usually not
other than
there
memories. What did you learn from this experience? What scientific things did you learn from this experience?
Well, it sounds crazy because sometimes I think I learn stuff that I can't even comprehend. Like one time I remember talking about time, and they were explaining to me that, the way the way we look at time here isn't really how it is. And they were trying to explain to me that it's a bit like going to a movie. There's so many movies you can go to, and you can move from room to room. And it's like those are all the realities, and we're in all those realities, but sometimes there's a glitch or we switch room, and then we're like in another story. And they say, like, when you find something and you say, "Oh, this is 10,000 years old," it's not really 10,000 years old. It's because it belongs to this other thing. But I can't really understand all that, but I know I do when they're telling me about it. But when I wake up, I just know I've been taught stuff that I don't really grasp. I know that there's things that I can sense. Last year, my stepson actually died from cancer, but I knew before that he would die from. I knew he wouldn't have his 17th birthday, and I think I'm learning to use abilities or.
Has it changed your observable universe? Has your observable universe in wherever you are, has it been altered? Do small things appear, disappear, other than your generational line or in stories? I want to know exactly how has it affected you?
It's a big question. Okay, I'm going to try my best, but for me, it's really trying to everything we do that people give so much importance to is no longer important to me. So it's a bit like people will give themselves importance by the work they do, but for me it's so much more. And I when I see war, when I see people not helping each other, when I see lies, when I see, it's like I sense that, and it's like I would like the world to be free of that. But my things disappearing, I don't think so. Like I'm trying to think.
I mean, I don't want to sound bad, but it sounds like you're applying for a Miss Pageant show. Honestly, it doesn't I don't see like how, you
Lulu,
know,
can you
how
raise
has it
your hand
affected?
to ask a question? We're still in the Q&A.
Yeah. Yeah, if that's okay. Yeah, Lulu, let me go to Mark if that's okay. Mark, thank you, sir.
Okay, yes. I want to ask you, when was the last time you think you've been abducted?
The last experience I remember having is about 3 years ago now. It was, I was not doing well. I felt sick, and I just remember I went to sleep in the day, and I could sense presence in my room, in my back, and I couldn't move. But I remember just thinking, you know what? As long as I can breathe, there's no issue. But I would feel what I could describe as a child's hand playing in the back of my head. But that would be in this reality. It wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like on a ship or something.
When was the last time you think you were on a ship, actually? Was that the 2016 event?
It would have been around 2017. So in the month after that, when I could recall like having the needles in my neck and being in that tube, it's one of the last. But then again, I don't know, is it a memory that came back, or is it something that happened? And it's confusing at points, really.
Oh, sorry.
So there's an interesting thing that I learned about from watching lots of videos on Gaia. There's a person who claims to have had communication with extraterrestrials. His name is Corey Good. And he claims that he was taken aboard a spaceship and worked as an interpreter. And he was at a conference of a whole bunch of groups of extraterrestrials that are doing these genetic tests on humans for thousands of years. And apparently on December 16th, 2017, so the end of 2017, the head honchos who are in charge of our solar system put an end to that abduction phenomenon. And that's the same date the New York Times article came out with their bombshell article about the Pentagon being involved in UFOs. So I was just trying to connect the dots if anyone has actually been abducted on board a spacecraft after that date. Because if it hasn't happened, it would confirm, that something actually did happen on the highest level.
Yeah, not to me. I have no recollection of anything, and I was actually even discussing that with my boyfriend. And I said, well, I'm kind of glad because nothing have happened in the longest time now.
Yeah, so it's very possible that it won't happen anymore. I also spoke to people from MUFON as well and asked them about that, and they confirmed that the number of cases have dropped, dramatically. Maybe they're still visiting people in person at the house and not taking them on board the spaceship. Sort of like the gray zone of what's legal for them and what's not, because they have laws too. Another thing is, if you're suffering from PTSD, lots of soldiers that have gone through, traumatic experiences in war find that mushrooms, psilocybin, can help. So that may help regress memories as well, or remove the fear to just, take at your own risk.
No. Thanks for the tip, but no thanks.
No problem. Thank you for coming on. It's really brave of you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Okay, so let me see. Where should we go from here? Should we go to open discussion, guys? Well, I guess, but before we do anything else, let me put this on gallery view, and it's Nadia, right? Why don't we everyone give her a giant applause for presenting for us? And actually, John had another question. So yeah, I would say, John, just head on in, and we'll be in open discussion. But go for it, sir. John, you're still muted, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, Okay.
Okay. What is your overall impression of these beings that you have dealt with? They seem to be quite manipulative, and they're taking advantage of you. Does that create any feeling of resentment in you?
It did for a while, but I came, like, I started to explain, and maybe now I just learned something. So if they no longer come for abduction, it makes it clear. But when things were happening, I actually was not, I will say, you know what, I would say I most likely had some good and some experience that I didn't like, but I didn't feel secure. For after the sighting, it took me quite a while to feel secure, even in my own home, because it's like nothing was really mine anymore. Nothing, if they can just come and drop me through the wall or whatever, like, so I never felt secure, but I tried to focus on other stuff that would make me feel better. But you're asking me this question, and I remember that time where I actually was somewhere with a being, and the person I'll call it person, but that person touched my head, took my back, kind of did a pressure and opened light, and it made me feel so good. And so I'm like, oh, that person was for sure benevolent, wanted to help me, and she even said something like, we like you very much up there. And do good work and be the best person you can be, whatever. And actually that feeling lasted for a few weeks. But there's been the other times. There's one time I remember telling that to Francois Bourbeau. I was trying to sleep, and then I'm forced to do some work. And I'm like, no, I have to work tomorrow. I'm really, really tired. Like, I need a good night of rest. And they're like, we're not bringing you home until you're done what you have to do. And I have to talk in the box and something about a language. I can't really explain it. Like I say, when I'm in that sphere, it makes sense. When I get back here, it's like I don't understand everything that went on because there's part of memories missing. But I would say that some was good, some was bad. And my overall feeling now is that if something bad was to happen, it would have happened. So I would say it's mostly good, but I'm still trying to understand and figure out, like, why has this happened? What are they working on? Like, what's going on? I don't like not knowing.
Sure. Well, thank you again for sharing this experience. This is very valuable. I was just going to ask again, Mark, you mentioned a specific date where the abduction seemed to have started dropping off dramatically.
December 16th, 2017. That's
curious.
That's the same date that the New York Times put out their article about the Pentagon UFO program, ATIP. And Corey Good claims to have been an interpreter for the Sphere Being Alliance, telling the Super Federation, which are the people who are the extraterrestrial groups that are doing these experiments on Earth. And they're not only on humans, they're experimenting on plants, animals, on everything. Humans is just a little part of the, in fact, some races don't even touch humans. And they announced that humanity has come of age. That's when I realized that anti-gravity is up for grabs. The next people to discover it, are not going to be hindered by the men in black anymore, because we've come of age and it's time to release this technology, and they can no longer be bothering us and treating us like children.
Okay, very, very good. Thank you. You've answered my question.
My pleasure. Bruce Cornett, you mentioned that you have a friend who's a ET reincarnate in a human body. Bruce, are you still there?
I'm still here. I was busy doing something else. Yes, that is very much true. Major George Filer, who is the author of Filer's Files on all UFO related sightings in the country, he introduced me to a woman by the name of Susan Johnson, who lives in Miami, Florida. And she knew from a very young age that she was not a human, and that she had come from another planet, and that she was had a group of ETs that she worked with. And we befriended each other, been friends for about 4 years, and she's constantly in telling me about the different times she's being taken up to the ships. She flies the ships, she knows how to operate them, and she has been wondering why they have left here on Earth. She has wanted to be taken home to her home planet, and but she has recently been. I've opened her up to many different channels of information that have helped her understand more about what is really going on and why she has been stranded there with this family that hates her, that doesn't know. Doesn't believe that she is part of their family, and she knows that she's not. That's an amazing story from her, and I've been trying to get her to relate this, and she's been on several talk shows talking about it. One on a MUFON, Monmouth County in New Jersey. She's been on that show, and but she keeps on telling me that her ET handlers do not want her to reveal any information, and she don't want her to go public with all of this, although she has told me much of what has happened to her.
Well,
So,
I mean, on a certain level, we're all extraterrestrials reincarnated in human bodies.
So true, Mark. That is really true. That's a very a profound statement. Yes, we have all come from elsewhere, and
Right.
just some of us remember where we've come from more recently.
And the main distinction between us and them is that they have anti-gravity technology and we do not.
Well, one thing I think I'm going to take an opportunity just to introduce this. In 1981, March, I was asked by a discarnate entity if I would help a woman in need. And I said yes, and she was brought to me. In 1983, I lived with her for 7 years exactly until she died. And she was extremely psychic. She could do everything. She passed all the tests at Princeton University Paranormal Lab. And she demonstrated everything to me that she could do. And what is important about this is that I didn't know she was reading my mind until about 2 months before she died. She knew when she was going to die. She even set it up so that I would discover that she knew she was going to die. And at her gravesite, 2 days after she was buried, my mother and I were there videotaping it for her family. And her spirit appeared over her grave on camera, and that's on the internet on my webpage called The Passion of Bonnie. And a second sun appeared in the overhead cloud. A beam of light, golden light, came down to her grave, captured her spirit. The beam did not touch the ground. Shafts of light were falling off the beam and falling to the ground. And when they hit the ground, they shattered like icicles, and all the pieces of the light were hopping around until they disappeared. We saw the colors of her spirit ascend in that beam up into that light in the overhead cloud, and then the beam was retracted and the light in the cloud went out. This was rather amazing. I was literally told telepathically to turn my camera off when the beam came out. But fortunately, I had videotaped coming into the cemetery, a special area called the Garden of Texas Liberty, and I reviewed that when software became available in around 1996, you'd be able to take frames off of video. And I enhanced the images of the cloud. And for a fraction of a second, the cloud pulled back and revealed a huge white circular dome-shaped, flat-bottom, double-rimmed mothership embedded in that cloud. And that was my first clue that the person I had lived with for 7 years was not human. And then she came back and communicated with me telepathically and told me who she was and what group of ETs she was with. So just be aware that not everybody walking on the streets in street clothes is necessarily a human.
Define human.
True.
If they can procreate with us, are they human?
Well, they consciously can be put into human bodies and have a spirit in a human body and be born to a human mother.
I know quite a few extraterrestrial, like recently extraterrestrial souls that were put into human bodies. Very intelligent people.
Yes.
And they sometimes have genetic problems, you know, sometimes have psychiatric problems too. I think of it like this: if you're a soul that's coming from a body that can maintain an IQ of 500, and you're stuck in a body that could only maintain an IQ of 200, what happens to that other 300 IQ? Where did all that brain, energy go? Do you become autistic, perhaps?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a big problem.
What's the mental implications of being stuck in a storage box that's too small for you?
Right before Bonnie died, she told me, I'm looking forward to returning home. And she said, I didn't realize that she was an ET in a human body, but she said, and I said, why? Because when I'm on the other side, my intelligence will increase enormously to what it is, and as on the other side. And I said, well, by how much? And she said, well, you can't really compare it to human intelligence. I said, well, give me a figure. Were you what, a 200 IQ? She said, no, more like 1,200. So you're very right that, we're the dumbed down sheep on this planet.
Bruce, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, my question is this. Look, I haven't experienced anything that you guys have been talking about, and certainly not what you've experienced. So for someone who hasn't experienced this, at what point would you advise, and maybe you can answer this through your own perception, at what point does your belief or disbelief in what someone's saying switch on or off?
You're breaking up a little bit.
It's so for a belief threshold somewhere that you can, I don't know, describe or something. Do you get me?
Well, one of the things, I didn't realize that I was being abducted since I was a child, okay, from 8 or 9 years old. And I thought I had never seen a UFO. And when that UFO showed up at the Will site in 1981, I asked the night before, I told my drill crew to get me if it shows up again. Well, they did it. They tried to get me, but they also saw me take it. And when I was brought back, I couldn't believe them. I could not believe anything that they told me that they saw. And it wasn't until 1992, and that's 11 years later, that I began to be curious about this and discovered that I was living near a UFO hotspot in New York. And I saw the miniseries on TV called Intruders by Bud Hopkins and Dr. John Mack. And I went and bought the book, Intruders, at the bookstore. And the manager said, well, why don't you also get this book called Silent Invasion by Ellen Crystal? Well, Ellen Crystal was doing a field work in the area at the time. And I was able to contact her, and she invited me to come out in the field with her. And that first night out in the field, I saw stuff that I could not believe was actually occurring. Why isn't this on front page news every night? And it's just, best word for it is cognitive dissonance. Most people just cannot wrap their heads around this stuff. But I went out and sought it out where it was happening. And I spent the next 11 years documenting this phenomenon, have had over 140 close encounters with photographs, videos, etc. They're all on the internet. And very few people go to my sites, to my web pages to view all of this stuff. John Brandenburg and Paul Murad were at the Coffee 11 conference, and they heard me give a speech on this and show my images, etc. So I would say the best thing to do is to familiarize yourself, Ricardo, with the books, and there are hundreds of books out there dealing with this stuff, and the web pages on it, and make it a thought in your mind that you would like to have them visit you and contact you, and they may very well do so.
Well, at what point do you personally, so when you're listening to someone's story, at what point do you think, if at all, what they're saying can't be true? What's too bizarre for you, I suppose, is what I'm asking.
Well, I always have that thought in my head. Well, maybe this, I'm having the wool pulled over my eyes, so to speak. This might be a tall story that I'm being told. But usually the people that I have communicated with, there are multiple sightings with other witnesses to collaborate what they have seen, or they have a video. And now with all the cell phones, people are getting a lot of images of these objects in the sky. I don't get excited about a light in the sky. It's got to come real close to me to be able to see the shape of the object and its performance envelope. And they gave me that information. But there are other people who just can't handle it, even when they do see it. We've had witnesses come out in the field, and we'd be standing there waiting for something to happen, and it would happen. And they'd say, no, I can't accept this. No, this is not happening. And they'd take off.
Have you noticed, obviously you know a lot more about this than I do through your own investigation and first-hand experience, but have you noticed or can you tell me if these sightings, these interactions demographically, globally, has it been mostly the United States and Canada? What about Brazil, Australia, where I am, South Africa? I mean, what have you heard?
Australia has hundreds of sightings. And most places around the world have hundreds of sightings per year. And there are organizations that record these sightings. And you need to perhaps do some research on them to find out what's actually going on in your own backyard. I would never have even guessed, as a scientist working at a major university, that I was living next to a UFO hotspot. And when I was giving my talk at the coffee conference, at the question and answer period, somebody stood up and said, I worked at Stewart Airport, Air Force Base, during the period that you were out there in the field, and we never heard anything about this stuff or saw anything unusual. And so one of the things that I have worked on in my web pages and book is about the camouflage that they use in order to conceal themselves. But the U.S. Air Force also has camouflage. I've actually photographed a C-5 coming in for a landing and disappearing and then coming back and landing. And all hell broke loose when the pilot saw me taking pictures of it. And that's on the on one of my websites. But we do have the cloaking technology, but many people don't want to believe that we've developed that kind of technology. And the amazing thing about this C5, and you know how big those aircraft are, is that it landed in less than 1,000 feet. When it came down and there was no screeching tires, it just came to a stop. How is that possible for an aircraft that heavy? And so I've seen many strange things. Even the Skunk Works was given permission by the Pentagon back in 1997 for its Tr3b, the anti-gravity triangular craft, to come over to Pine Bush and put on a performance for 3 of us. And that video, as well as all of the photographs, the time exposures of that sighting, is on one of my websites as well. And they intentionally put on this performance to show that this craft, we have that technology, and it is very well developed. So there's a lot of stuff going on right around us that, you know, we are just not aware of.
What do you think about the Bob Lazar story then?
I think he's right on the mark. He's everything he's saying. This is what he remembers happening.
Okay, all right. And you're saying the technology's well developed. So Bob Lazar's position is very heavily based upon moscovium, or element 115. But in your view, if that technology is well developed, then I assume you mean other forms of electromagnetic propulsion without the element 115 are possible. Is that what you're saying as well?
Yes. There's more than one way to create a negative gravity or anti-gravity.
I may also mention that even if Bob Lazar was telling the truth, the whole moscovium thing was something that he was told. It's not something that he knows to be true. So,
okay.
So he could have been telling. He could have been.
I would. Sorry, Mark. I would dispute that, because if you look at his 2018 video and other videos, he claims to have held that in his hand. So it's not secondhand. It's not secondhand information. He confesses clearly, point blank, undeniable, I've held it in my hand.
They gave him some metal that he held in his hand. How does he know that it wasn't bismuth?
Because he actually described the physical setup where he tried to apply his hands. He removed a metal housing, and he tried to, so you put the housing on. We
saw that effect at a 3M plant in 1995 when they were unfurling plastic. We saw that same effect. It happened.
Yeah, that's. Look, I can't speak to that, but that's irrelevant. You're speaking about camels. I'm talking about horses. This is about Bob Lazar's claim. So he has made the explicit claim that he has physically touched it with his hands, and
he doesn't know that he doesn't know that he touched element 115.
Yes, he does. Yes, he makes that claim. He makes that claim. Whether he knows it was a bag of unicorns,
he held
I don't
something
know.
that they told him was element 115, and there's a distinction.
No. He goes beyond that. You need to watch his video stuff again more closely. He goes beyond that. I'm absolutely certain. There's no doubt in my mind. I can tell you for a fact. That's his claim. All right, so point blank, don't argue with me on that, because I can tell you for a fact he claims it. He states it.
I watch all his stuff. He claims that's what he was told. And there's
no. He claims, in fact, he's even been accused of stealing some of it. And every time he's asked about the question, it's no comment. No comment. He doesn't say no. He doesn't say no. He doesn't say yes. He says no comment. Now, why would you say no comment? If you haven't touched it, if it's all secondhand information, you'll say, no, I don't have it. What are you talking about?
No,
you would never say no comment.
I mean, I could put something in your hand, tell you it's element 115, and you can go and tell everyone that and say that you've held it.
No, he actually makes the explicit claims that he's actually held it in his hand and put it together and experimented with it in a reaction apparatus. There's no confusion about it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump on you, but you've said that a couple of times, and I, for a fact, he has actually said it.
I would like to see the video where he says that he knows.
Yeah, look, just watch his material. Watch all of it.
I watched
2018 video.
I watch all of his material. Are you talking about the Joe Rogan interview?
So yeah, so if you watch his Joe Rogan stuff, if you watch all of his videos, he actually confesses, I had it in my hand and I've actually experimented with it. And he said, because he actually says that somehow the apparatus was chopped up into one of its 3 bits, so 3 amplifiers, and they had an amplifier on a bench in a laboratory. And to do that, you've got to have moscovium. And he said it's working. So if you watch his material,
the ball that they had in the center wasn't the amplifier. That was the reactor that he couldn't
correct.
touch.
Yeah, correct. And he actually said that he actually said they had an amplifier in the laboratory, 1 of 3.
I have lots of amplifiers here too. These are from Sandia Labs.
Yeah, I'm not. You know what I'm talking about, Mark. I'm not talking about a signal amplifier. I'm talking about a gravity amplifier, as per his claims. I don't look. These are his.
I mean, the only thing that he was repeating claims that were told to him. The only thing that he saw that was from his own intuition is that they look like microwave waveguides.
No. Look, seriously, I would advise you watching the stuff again. He very clearly makes claims. He says these craft are real. I've worked on.
Ricardo, just give me a link and a time mark. We'll go over.
Well, just go to his 2018 video.
I watched it. I watched it.
Right. Well, watch other stuff as well. So watch all his Joe Rogan material. Look, I think I've seen everything that you can see.
I mean, we're talking about a very small distinction over here. Whether this is what he was.
No, I know, but it's just that you repeated it.
He knows what he was holding.
No. This is it's an important distinction. It is a distinction. I agree. On this one issue, I got to insist you're wrong. I'm sorry, but I got to insist you're wrong.
Okay,
he does not just
send us a link in the chat and we'll look it over. Okay.
Well, I don't have to send you a link. No.
I've watched.
I'm
all
telling
those
you.
videos. I've watched all those videos. So I
Well,
what you're talking about.
Well, then you've missed it. Then you need to do all of them again. You got to do all again. So I'm not going to do it for you, right? So.
Yeah, I think we have the same problem.
Guaranteed.
We're each entitled to our own opinion.
Well, the question is whether Bob Lazar knew for a fact that it was element 115, or that's what he was. That's the distinction.
Well, no, you made the claim that, in fact, you made it previously in previous stuff that he was told that he very clearly divides. Was told and what is secondhand. Everything else, he very clearly makes that distinction in his 1990.
Did we lose him?
No, Tim has come back.
Oh my God! Yeah, it looks like Ricardo Storti. Oh, there he is.
I hope he wasn't pulling out more of his hair.
That's pretty hard to do, Ricardo. You're muted. Still.
Just on that. No, this is chemotherapy hair. I've actually got a full set of hair. I'm hoping it grows back. So anyway, look, just close it off. It's there. That's my claim. You have a different opinion. All good.
I mean, there shouldn't be a different opinion. If he actually said that, I want to see it. But I'm not going to watch 10 hours of video footage of every single.
Well, I'm not going to do it for you either. So
I remember I watched all that stuff when it came out, and the earliest stuff I started watching was it like 7 or 8 years ago, and I noticed that he was possibly truthfully telling what he heard, what he was told. They could stick any piece of metal in his hand. Most metals look identical. Bismuth does have that coloring sheen, which he did mention. So it's very possible that it was bismuth that he was looking at. Also, bismuth is right above element 115 on the periodic table. So there might have been a hint to that as well. And bismuth is the strongest material.
If you haven't watched it all recently, if it's been a number of years ago, then you must have misunderstood at the time, and that's carried forward. But anyway, it's up to you. Sorry about that, Bruce. I didn't mean to hijack it.
I saw an interview with like Joe Rogan, and he said that he climbed into the aircraft, like, you know, and because he wanted to see the like the engine or the connections between that, and he described it as unified, like, you know, as if it's made from one mold, but and, you know, like he described it pretty well, you know, and how close that he got to it, and that they were able to control, you know, like, you know, in that, I guess it's Area 51, you know, that they did like every Wednesday's experiments, and, you know, and he started telling his family and friends to go see the pretty much light show. So, yeah, I mean, he described quite a bit. I mean, that's what I saw from the interview.
Yeah, look, I agree with you on that. He certainly all first-hand experience has been.
Hey, Mark, did you ever read?
In his mind, by sorry, John.
Hey, Jared.
I was going to ask you if you ever read his book Dreamland.
No, I've never read Bob Lazar.
It's worth I think there's an audiobook version, but anyways, in there he describes how they tested it for its atomic weight. And that was the part that really caught me, because I thought, yeah, he never actually had any proof of any kind that it was that. But in the book, I wish I could tell you where, he says like they did some spectroscopy on it, and that was how they were able to determine that it was indeed 115.
Okay, and this is something that he did, not that he was told, right?
Him and his partner, they directly tested the material using a spectroscope or whatever.
What's the name of the book again?
Dreamland.
Dreamland.
Sure, that's not by Whitley Strieber.
So Bruce, so on alternative technologies, can you just describe, if you know at all, with the so forgetting element 115 for a minute, how else these other solutions work? Do you know anything?
Well, what I've been told,
yeah.
I read, the Tr3b is supposedly has a torus made up of circulating mercury in a very high magnetic field. And but it's still, the ship has thrusters that it requires. It can negate gravity. The craft that we saw and videotaped was capable of tilting 45 degrees as it came towards us and not fall out of the sky. And it flattened out. It brightened one of its lights to the intensity of the moon, and then dimmed it. And at that particular point, my friend who was recording it with his camcorder, his battery died and was shut down, but then came back later. Mine continued to record, and as it got closer to us, it banked to its left, and as it rolled towards the left, it rolled over onto its back, and then flew towards our right, upside down, and then it rotated so that it was traveling backwards and upside down, and then it flipped forward and descended, slowing down. And we have a beautiful time exposure of it actually slowing down because it had strobes on it, and the strobes got closer and closer and closer, showing that it was decreasing in speed as it was descending almost vertically. And then it flattened out, went behind some trees, released a large plume of plasma that came up in the air and was captured on time exposure again, and then it disappeared. So, oh yes, when it was just behind the trees on the other side of the valley, it was traveling sideways. So its headlights, two paired headlights, were pointing at us as it was moving. So this craft was capable of doing an enormous amount of movement in terms of the way it flew. It was not limited by anything in terms of, It can fly vertically, sideways, backwards, upside down. And that is quite amazing for anything. And
do you have any technical specifications on it, or do they exist anywhere? Or
well, there's information that's been released and is out there on the Tr3b. I don't know if it's the same craft we saw. The only information I have that I tentatively accept is that my friend who was with me, and there was his girlfriend, was using a SLR camera photographing it. My friend said that he's a retired Navy officer, and he was contacted after he got home by a friend who was working in the Navy to tell him that that this was a performance that was authorized by the Pentagon.
Okay.
And his connection to the Navy was another, dot to be connected.
Okay, so I'm doing I just did a Google search on Tr3b, and I got some YouTube stuff, but I'm actually interested in any technical specifications should they actually exist.
Now, there's physically how big, right?
Sorry?
You want to know how big it is? How long?
Yeah, not just that, but how it works, the operating principles, as much information technical as possible.
Well, there's more than one of those types of craft out there. I've seen videos on different kinds.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who is piloting or built them.
Yeah, right.
But, at least that one that we did see, it's very, no.
I heard that they're being built at a secret facility in Central California. There's a large facility there where Lockheed, Northrop Grumman, and some other organization all share parts of a massive facility off of a major highway.
Right. Okay.
Who is the person that was on the APEC conference here that last year was died of a shotgun blast to his head?
Oh, that was Mark McCandlish.
And as I recall from his information he had released, that he was seeing craft coming from that facility.
Yes.
And that's where he got the idea that much of this technology is our technology.
Yes. What we're doing here at APEC is reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, because we want to know how to build it. Yeah, we want to fly one around.
Not just know, we want to build it.
Yes.
We want to give them a shot for their money, start selling these crap.
But I mean, what makes you think, okay, let's assume for a moment it's all true, it's all correct. I would have thought that if a non-Moscovium solution existed, I would have expected that information to have been leaked to foreign governments. And how you could keep something like that secret if it was real and if it was reproducible by non.
Very simple. You release the information and then you throw a whole bunch of disinformation out with it, and nobody tries any of that stuff. Look at all the pious patents. Look how many theories there are out here. How many papers have been written on this stuff, and nobody's trying all these experiments. That's because something in there is real. Maybe you're right about Bob Lazar. Moscovium is the real deal. It's like telling somebody from the 19th century that in order to build a car, they need to figure out carbon fiber so they could build their Bugatti Veyron. It's like completely disconnected. You don't need to go in that direction to build the Bugatti Veyron of vehicles. You could build the Model T. There's a much simpler way to do it.
What I'm trying to get at is look at the atomic bomb, for example. Right, so the Manhattan Project, okay, so it was developed in the United States. It was all very hush-hush. And then all of a sudden, we find out now through historical record, we find out that the secrets to the atomic bomb were passed over to the Soviet Union, and that's what permitted them to develop an atomic bomb within 2 years. Well, they got a head start, right? So to my way of thinking, if there was such an exceptional craft as the Tr3b, if it is, anti-gravitational, to me it seems absolutely impossible that information, forget leak, forget people trying to hide it, that information wouldn't be stolen by foreign governments.
So what happens is, and this is from watching Gaia and people who claim to have been in the secret space program, so take it with a grain of salt. Apparently what happens is, let's say Bosnia, discovers anti-gravity. It's not Bosnia, it's a small group of scientists working for the Bosnian government, right? So the secret space program, when they realize this, they approach those scientists, offer them a seat at the table, and say, no, Bosnia is going to become part of our program. You'll get a vote and whatever. You just need to keep it hush hush. Your elected leaders can't know about this. Problem solved. They have all the money in the world that they need by trading with extraterrestrials and various business organizations that they've taken over. It's a breakaway civilization.
See, here's what I see, right? Here's what I see from an outsider looking in, and please, nobody from the US take any disrespect, please, I beg of you, in what I'm about to say next. But as an outsider looking in, right, and the US news is covered here. Look, the entire government, no disrespect, is totally dysfunctional. In fact, you shouldn't be called the United States. You should be called the divided states of America. I mean, it's just totally dysfunctional. And I can't imagine, in the wildest imagination, crazy thoughts, that something like this can be kept secret or controlled with such a dysfunctional entity.
It's not controlled by government. It's not controlled by government.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
So I shared a little presentation there in the chat for everyone. I made a presentation about the Tr3b a few weeks ago for some other APEC members.
Yeah.
As far as some of the specifications that you're looking for and some of the answers you're looking for, have you heard of the SR-75?
Yeah. Heard of that. Yeah.
And how long ago did you hear about that?
Oh, decades ago.
Because I want to say that it was only released publicly in like 2009. The Tr3b was publicly released October of 2019. It's already been confirmed by the government to exist. It's not even a hypothetical thing anymore. The way that they were able to develop the technology, it was Lockheed doing it with the Star Wars program back in the 80s when they were trying to develop space-based lasers that were going to take out nukes. It was like a laser net around the planet, right?
Yeah, the Star Wars program. Yeah.
Yep. While they were doing that, it was nuclear pumped lasers. They discovered that with these nuclear pumped lasers, there were certain effects that they could get that came out into this anti-gravity form. In that presentation, I have some suggestions for what it is. I think that they are creating reverse pointing vectors through very high energy densities. PICE kind of talks about the energy densities. When you twist the light really, really fast, orbital angular momentum it's called, when you twist that really fast, you can get the pulses much, much tighter and get that energy density much higher. You add in actual mechanical oscillations, phonon oscillations, and now you can have reverse mass waves with forward electromagnetic waves. The separation of those two pointing vectors is what allows for this anti-gravity effect. That's the best I've been able to come up with, but I'm sure there's probably a lot more going on than just that.
Look, that sounds really interesting. If you could forward me or give me a link or something.
Jared, maybe you could do a presentation on that.
I would be happy
you should.
to. I actually have some. I have two presentations on it. One solely for the Tr3b, and the other as to how it may apply to the Graviflyer.
Okay, so Jared, just respond to the email for the APEC conference with your information and when you would want to present, and we could stick you in the roster for an upcoming.
Yeah, you really should. That'd be interesting. Now, just on that. So you talked about high energy density, high frequencies. Are you able to put in numbers on this? Do you cover that? at all?
I don't. From the research that I've done, it looks like it is a form of fusion that they were able to achieve back in the 80s. The lasers in the unclassified documents were achieving 0.5 gigawatt. And from some maybe reputable sources, they were getting 4% efficiency out of that. So somehow out of a couple of tens of megawatts, they're able to reduce the weight. Edgar Fouché came out with a bunch of info about this. He wrote a fictional book in which he releases some info about it. What he said was happening was they were using ultra cold, ultra low density mercury that, from my research, looks like its surface charge is one of the highest. Anyways, they were spinning that around stupid fast. And then from that, they were getting the anti-gravity. The part that I think he was missing in that was the laser aspect. He was only going off of the charge aspect of that. But the whole reason why they were doing that, it's like the tokamak. They're spinning it really fast, and then they're punching it really fast with terahertz lasers so that they're able to, according to Pais, it's because they're doing vacuum breakdown. I don't know if we're achieving that or not. I think his ideas are amazing and great, but as for what we were achieving, we were doing it at a much lower energy level than required for that energy breakdown, unless there's somehow some electron phonon coupling going on where you're able to transfer energy back and forth between the mass and the photons. And now all of a sudden, I mean, it's like solar sail on super steroids, right? You're actually using light to create propulsion.
All right, look, Jared, can I suggest that, look, please reach out to me. Like, you should have my email. You can get it from the presentation. Reach out to me, because I think between us, I think we can actually put some numbers, some hard numbers on some of the stuff that you've got in your slides once I've had a look at the slides, because I've done a lot of work in the frequency space and the energy space. So yeah, I think we might be able to do something together.
Also, just as an aside, just today I came across something interesting that may also be applicable called rainbow trapping. And that's where you're able to actually take certain phonon resonance modes, mechanical resonances, and rather than having them propagate through a material, you can trap them, just like a zero refractive index or zero group velocity, right? You can trap light and keep it from moving for short periods of time. You can do that with phonons as well. It's potential that what they're doing is they are creating left-handed orbital angular momentum, which lets you have negative permittivity and negative permeability. When you do that, the universe is positive permeability, positive permittivity. When you go negative on both of those, now all of a sudden you're in the same field as split ring resonators and metamaterials. These negative index of refraction metamaterials are what's going to allow for all of these things. And as far as actually needing to use no-kidding metamaterials, that may not necessarily be the case either. It's possible that we're creating a metamaterial in the graviflyer just through the three major variables.
Okay. Well, that sounds
I'll shoot it over to you.
really interesting to me, Jared. So yeah, if you could reach out, I'd appreciate it.
Split ring resonators is something that we're actually looking at working with here at the lab. Pretty simple to make, the microwave range.
Okay.
I feel like with some metal 3D printers, you'd be able to do it, or even they have those conductive ink 3D print or 2D printers that you might be able to make.
Circuit boards. It's just circuit boards.
Easy enough.
Yeah, just circuit board. Send it into a company that makes circuit boards, and you're done. That's all you need.
See, Jared, my specific area of interest is in reproducing, if possible, mimicry of the background gravitational field. Right. So if you were to mimic the background gravitational field, what do you need to do in terms of frequency and amplitude and that kind of thing? So what it seems to me that what you've touched on in this conversation regarding your presentations, and I really think you should present here, there seems to be some common area that I'd like to explore, because the numbers are my interest.
Absolutely.
All right, good man. All right, well, fellas, listen, I've got to get going. I've been on this for many hours now. My partner's probably ready to slap me across the back of the head, so I've got to make tracks. Yeah.
Okay, Ricardo, I found you on the research gate. I'll send it to you
Ricardo.
there.
Good man. Cheers. All right, thanks for that.
Right.
Cheers. Bye.
It was a very exciting presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks, buddy. All right, cheers. Bye.
Who's Tim?
I don't know where Tim is. We can see his picture. Stare at his picture.
I guess Jeremiah Pop didn't make today's conference. I've been in contact with him.
Have you?
More or less. He's out in Wisconsin. Right?
Yeah, he's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He's got a lab up there.
Yeah, we talk every now and then. Nice guy.
Robert,
he says he's been to your lab before.
Yeah, he's been here a couple times. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I am still planning to visit your lab. I just got to get back on the roads.
What do you work on, Robert?
I'm reviewing, basically. I'm involved with reading a controversial book by a guy named Joseph Cater. I mentioned him before. He has some wild ideas and theories, which I hear a lot on here, so it goes well with my research. And he has his own theories on what drives protons, and actually, he believes there's only 3 types of fundamental particles or entities. That's protons, electrons, and photons. All the rest is just a variation or combination of them. And he has a lot of other wild theories. And he mentions about the Searle effect, and what was it? If you heard of William Reich before, he talks about him. And this magazine, I mentioned on chat about Open Minds. You probably heard of the magazine before. I mentioned which issue. But I talked about the TR3b. And so I've actually bought loads of old books back in the 50s and some back in the 20s, trying to match up certain terms that I've read in Joseph Cater's book, see if I can find it in these old books I've purchased. He talks about soft electrons, which is extremely central to his claims throughout the entire book. He mentions what's called the hermetic axioms. I don't know if you heard of that before, but soft protons, or soft elementary particles, meaning low frequency, and hard particles meaning high frequency. The closest I ever got was found a term called soft X-rays so far. Now, I haven't gone through the entire set of old books I have, but I'm hoping to find other terms that's described as soft. I haven't confirmed what soft X-rays are. Jeremiah Pop did give me a definition, what he's
here actually.
Through his research.
He's here at the conference right now.
Oh, he's at a conference.
No, he's at this conference, right? He's in the call right now.
Oh, he is. Oh, okay. Hi, Jeremiah, wherever you are. So, anyways, I've been reading through his book, very controversial, and I've actually done some modeling. I've modeled 2 plastic model kits that's relate to UFOs, but instead of building, I decided to make a 3D model of it. I sent pictures to Jeremiah of it, and
And if there's anything
I
we can
also-
build, we have quite a build space over here.
yeah, I've also modeled a hypothetical proton based on Joseph Cair's belief of what a proton interacted with the ether. He called ether particles. He believes everything is in particles. Nothing's in waves or fields. Everything is related, interacting through particles. And a proton, according to him, is nothing but a oval or pear or egg-shaped solid substance with holes to
I
it.
think what they're
So it's
called
mostly-
particles are really waves of energy that are spinning on themselves.
Well, he separates the two. He doesn't want to get into statistical mechanics and that sort of thing. He believes what Einstein believes, that nature is believable, is understandable at the simplest level, which is also according to Victor Schellberger's beliefs, as far as my reading in his books. But
So Robert, what does he define an ether particle as? What is the ether? You said like it's in a bed of ether, right? I mean, so.
Well, it interacts with each other with these ether particles. I don't remember. I have a problem with remembering things.
Yeah, because the whole concept of an ether is kind of questionable now, right? I mean, that's why I was curious. What is he? How does he define it?
Well, yeah. As I remember, it was believable until Einstein came around and Lorentz, his theories, and then it was somehow popped up through other scientists or engineers or people writing about the ether or commenting or referring to the ether. So
I mean, because there's this thing that you can think of the ZPF as ether too, right? I mean, you know, the vacuum background.
I guess I have loads of ZPE information. I haven't gone through all of it yet.
I'm
still
so that's
on
why I
the
was curious.
catching
I
up
mean,
stage.
if you have some insight into some new ether, I mean, I'm very curious about it, you know, because
I'll go back and reread those chapters. I made notes in Microsoft Word, so all I have to do is do a word search and I can find it. I basically write notes because the book doesn't have a index or a table of contents. So I'm forced to write notes to find it in the book.
sometimes that's the best way to know what is it that they're saying, you know, because you go into every little word. I mean, that's
I
what
just
like.
don't want to be sent to prison for copyright restrictions.
Yeah.
But, at any rate, he does talk in terms of how the ether interacts with particles that mainstream science has already discovered. But he also talks about particles that science hasn't discovered or refused to believe. So
interesting.
That's
I mean,
what
if he says-
mainly why I like him.
Yeah,
He's very controversial. If you want to know the name of the book, it's called The Awesome Life Force.
The Awesome Life Force. Okay.
Yeah, it's not
like
regular. It's not expensively bounded like a university textbook. It's more like a ring bound. So you have to find a backwards editorial organization to print
so
it
it's
for.
not mainstream. Yeah.
No, it's not mainstream. No.
Yeah.
I believe there's the publisher is Health Research or something to that effect. Let me go. I have the book right over here. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's with this orange covered
Wow.
it's plastic
Very unusual.
binder.
Yeah.
And The Awesome Life Force. According to this one, it was by Kate Carter, but his real name is Cater, Joseph Cater.
Okay.
It's fairly thick.
Yeah, it's quite thick.
So I just got through the book a few days ago for the first time. For a while, I was reading about almost half of it, and then I had to read over again because it's been so long
Wow.
since I read it.
Wow.
But it's published by Health Research in California.
Okay. Okay.
And
yeah, I'll definitely look it up. I mean, I'm curious, but
might be some copies flying around there. Who knows?
yeah.
The subtitle is The Hermetic Laws of the Universe as Applied to All Phenomena. Now, all phenomenon, he includes, let's see if I can find that. I don't want to take too much of time. I think we're over time, aren't we? We were supposed to end at 10. He links metaphysics.
I mean, this can go on for
mathematics
for
and physical sciences. I'm sorry?
I said that the open discussion can continue for as long as we want.
Okay. He links metaphysics, the occult, mathematics, and physical sciences.
Oh,
That's
okay.
basically what it boils down to.
Okay. I'm just trying to write down the name again. Could you just give that to me?
Yes. Joseph H. as in Harry. I don't know what H stood for. Cater. C-A-T-E-R.
Okay. 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 Sounds
The
good.
Awesome Life Force.
Yeah, that I have. Yeah.
So maybe you can find something online.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that ether kind of thing, you know, because I myself am working on a superstring propulsion technology. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
You have to keep an open mind when you read the book because he refutes Einstein's theory of relativity, both a relative. What's it? Relative in general.
GTR and
Special in general.
Yeah, yeah.
And a few other things. He refutes certain aspects of quantum physics. Mainly the most recent, from I guess 50s on up. He refutes the ideas of quarks, especially colors and all the. He calls it.
He's quite controversial.
It
It sounds like.
it's a lot of fun reading it. I mean, you don't have to believe it if you don't, but it's a lot of interesting insights.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I like to think it goes along with what we've all been discussing.
Yeah.
But that has yet to be proven.
Yeah, yeah.
I do have another book. I forget the author, but he does talk about the ether too. I got it through, it was either through Paula Violet's Starburst or what's it called?
But what do they say, all these guys? Do you know, what do they say is the structure of this ether? I mean, you know, like what is it, right? I mean, you know.
Without referring back to the book, I can only remember that their function is interact between whatever ether realm, or maybe they are the ether realm. I don't remember.
Okay.
To our present knowledge of matter. That's all I can remember.
Okay.
And why the magnetic field, electric field behave, and how actually why they are created the way they are created, why they form.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, in theory, you could think of gravity also. I think somebody was talking about the Higgs field also, so somebody just posted a message. Yeah, there's different ways to look at it. Yeah. So,
So that's what's keeping my time. Plus another things, I gotta buy a damn door for my townhouse and my condominium.
Okay.
It's putting a lot of stress on me. Plus the people I'm living in the house I'm in a community house.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I try to keep myself busy with all these things I've learned in college and books I bought online. So so that's why I go to this webcast, which is very interesting. I'm always writing down notes. I haven't gone through all the conferences yet. Very, very interesting.
I'm
not much.
I joined this recently, so even I'm finding it quite fascinating. So I agree, so.
Yeah. I myself have never been abducted, so I don't really relate to them, but it's incredible listening to these people, what they've gone through. And it's interesting how I hear things here, which I also heard on the X-Files. Like the thing about the poker mushrooms or whatever that thing is.
Yeah, I see that's where my, to put it bluntly, I have my question. How is it so similar to the same thing? I start getting into belief when I see something different, something unique. But this is something that you pick up off a movie or as you mentioned, X-Files, etc. You've heard about, getting probed and, those Martian look, the big eyes. If there was something else, I would say, okay, there's something plausible here, but otherwise it's just like, I don't know. I didn't buy any of it. Sorry. It just didn't sound real to me,
Well, Joseph Caird actually says that science gets its ideas from the movie industry.
Yeah. You've heard of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I think that's the best example.
I've
that
got
was
the
nuclear power before they even had split the atom, right? That was science fiction.
Oh yeah. That's why I like to believe what we're all talking about here, that we can discover at least some to lead on to anti-gravity. We may not develop what the governments around the world have secretly, but we may have the tools to at least to understand. May not be the financial backing that we wish we had, but it's amazing how we can find in scrap yards like Ross. I forget his last name, but with him building that flywheel contraption. It's amazing.
Wow, that was
we're very resourceful when we're determined. So
it's a passion, right? One has to believe in something, and
it is.
So I think many of these things, if one was to go around asking, what do you think about this? You will definitely get so many conflicting views, you might just lose it, kind of thing. It's just like one person has to say, hey, I believe in this and I'm going to do this. And what happens?
I admit, ever since I started watching these APEC conferences, there's so much anti-gravity theories out there. You can't really work them all at the same time.
No.
So you have to choose what you think, what you believe might be the closest to the path. Now they may all be the right path, or just some of them, who knows? I'm not the one to say, but it's
you never know. If at least like 10% of these somehow, right, pan out into something, may not be as great as what you even hoped for, but that itself is a fantastic achievement. Yeah, I agree.
And we may all be off the mark, who knows? But at least we're following our passions.
Sometimes the means matters more than the ends.
Well, if we find the secret, hey, I'll elect to us.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I'm gonna do after I finish researching this book. But that's a long ways to go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Robert, what are you good at?
Yeah.
What's that?
Robert, what are you good at? You said you don't know what you're going to do. What are you good at?
Well, I'm a trained mechanical engineer. I've mostly been experienced in solid modeling and drafting. I've been reviewing my engineering courses I had.
So CAD and CAM?
CAD, CAM, although I don't have a 3D printer or milling machine. I wish I did.
We have a 3D printer and a huge milling machine here.
Well, I can imagine that, yeah. But I plan to hopefully at least do my own experiments. So far, I've been reviewing my circuit experiments just to review and try to remember what I did and understand, while at the same time reviewing the theories and all.
I mean, if there's anything that you would want to build and you need a builder space, that's what we have down here in New Jersey. And
okay.
We love helping out other teams, other people working on their own projects. I know pretty much everyone in this field has their own ideas of what they want to work on. So
Certainly.
We're here.
I like to hear more about the Alciphon stuff.
I mean, you can come down here and try it out yourself. Come up with new ideas. Something we haven't tried, something we haven't thought of. Right now, we're waiting on a new Gauss meter to properly, make sure that the field is good. So far, we have seen some very micron, very weak results. So not the 80% that was promised. But
I was more talking about the documents, papers, and books. I may have some Alciphon stuff, but not much. But that's essentially what's keeping. I'm yet to build my own power supply, 50,000 full power supply, and
this is 125,000 power. That's 125,000.
How much?
Wow.
125,000.
Okay.
Which one? The white one? That white thing there?
Yeah, that's 125,000.
Wow.
The blue one down there is 45,000, but it can do 8 kilowatts.
Whoa.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Wow.
So
that's
at least that's where I am now. I hope to build my first lifter. Hopefully. If
you want to build a lifter, you can come here and we can build lifters.
I've built one, but it fell apart.
They all fall apart.
I know.
I had an entire third, fourth grade class come here once for STEM, and
you told me about the project you have with your daughter and all, and you said you had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, superconductors, and we did then we did the lifter.
Wow. That's cool.
Mostly everyone's lifter flew.
Is what?
Mostly, pretty much everyone's lifter flew in the end.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good news.
I think it was one of them
So
that flew on that couldn't fly, but.
Okay. So you're doing the superconductor experiment, the Meissner effect kind of thing, or something else with them?
Well, we ran some superconductor experiments, spun them up, and we did some of them live on APEC too. You can go back and watch, what's his name? Glenn Robertson, who's here now, Tony Robertson.
Okay.
Right after his presentation, we did an experiment with superconductors. We did a variation of the Podklanov impulse experiment with the superconductor.
Mm-hmm.
We did. We played around with superconductors here. We still have them. We got a liquid nitrogen Duar and.
Okay.
Tony, we're talking about superconductor experiments.
Yeah, I've been listening and off and on, so I've missed a lot of stuff that y'all talked about today. So, but and tried to listen. I'm not a UFO fan. When I start talking about that, I shut it off and stop listening.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mark, can I have your email? We can converse, or do I already have it?
You already have it. I'm the email that the invite to this conference comes from.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Do you want pictures of the models I built?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. That'd
Solid
be nice.
works.
Yeah.
I'll send you.
I mean, we're at
model
a
of
point where
the,
it's much more exciting to see some, shoddy thing that somebody built than, somebody's new theory. Because there's so, for every 100 theories, there's one guy
we're more
building something.
picture oriented. Yeah. Well,
So-
I didn't build it. I just made it as a solid model, but it's a 3D visualization. I can create a PDF or a JPEG file.
So-
Out of them.
So
Well,
Mark,
what
as you're one of the organizers, right? So I'm working on something. It's not yet ready, kind of thing for disclosure, so to say. So it's a TRL2 kind of thing. So once it gets there, then I will let you guys know. So I was just mentioning it some time back. I'm doing something with some superconducting, not superconducting. Sorry, yes. I'm doing something with superstring propulsion. Okay, so it's a thermodynamic non-equilibrium kind of approach for propellantless propulsion. So, but still, it's in R&D, as we all are. So once it gets to a better shape, I'll definitely let you know.
Okay, is this something that you're building, or is something that you're a presentation that you're putting together?
It was a presentation. Now I'm trying to build it together. So so the big challenge is getting that sustainable non-equilibrium working, because that's a big challenge, really speaking. Okay.
How are you trying to do that?
So I'm using a thermo-inertial domain non-equilibrium method. So the technology, I'm calling it as anti-inertial propulsion, actually speaking. That's why I was so interested in this, because it creates propulsion of the inertial vacuum background. That's why I was asking about the ether, really speaking, because the inertial background can also be considered as an ether, right? I mean, it's one more interpretation of that. So that's why I was kind of curious. Okay. So basically, that's the research that's right now going on. Trying to harness that. So basically, in theory, what happens is it's harnessing inertia for propulsion from the ambient environment, as I mentioned. Okay, so power consumption is very low, really speaking. So that's the theoretical position that I have on this. Really.
I mean, are we talking about something that's spinning, RF, magnets?
No. It's thermodynamic. So there's no RF. It's photonic, really speaking. Okay, it's photonic thermodynamics. There's a bunch of actuators in it so far. But
what do you mean by its thermodynamic?
So I mentioned that it's based off a thermodynamic non-equilibrium basis of getting this entropy gradient with space. Okay, so basically there's a scientist, I don't know if you've heard of him, called Minami. Okay, he came up with this theory about 10 or 15 years ago about if you were to create an entropy gradient with space, so he calls it as exciting space, then there's so if you can do that, then you can get space to produce an entropic force as propulsion. Okay, so that's my theory, really speaking. I'm trying to work on that. So got some level of.
Have you built anything? Have you built this?
I do have one, but there's some design changes because, again, of the same thermodynamic non-equilibrium problem. really speaking. So
Are these like thin film layers, nanomaterials?
No. I have like a stage 1 lab prototype. Okay. So something that, but it doesn't move completely by itself because I've still got work to do on that. But theoretically it shows how the thing can move, basically. So basically there's a bunch of springs in it, really speaking. Okay, that has not been actuated by a motor, really speaking. So
there's a bunch.
What's that?
There's a bunch of springs. You said something about thermodynamics. That there's something thermal going on in there.
Yeah, there's a lot. So basically, it's a new kind of thermodynamic non-equilibrium method that I have to use. As I mentioned, it's based in a thermo-inertial domain. Okay. So
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm really stupid. Just give it. Just
no. So basically, inertia, right? So
what's inertia?
So take F is equal to ma, right?
Oh, where does it come from?
Yeah, it comes from the inertia. Good one. And I thought you're doing an inertial propulsion device. Okay, that's good. Yeah. No, but there's more to inertia than mass, right? I mean, so that's what.
Oh, well, what's mass? Where does mass come from?
I don't know.
Very good.
No,
do you have a picture of your device as sort of like?
Yeah, I think I do. 1 second. I have it somewhere. I know that.
Meanwhile, Glenn Robertson's dropping shit in the chat. What do you drop here?
Mark, so if you can send just 1 or 2 documents to me by email.
Okay, I'm still trying to find it. Hang on.
By the way, I keep in contact almost yearly with Minemi, and I have a lot of his publications and stuff. So I kind of know what you're talking about, but your experiment I haven't got a clue about.
Yeah, I'm familiar with similar, device. A lot of the catchwords that he was saying, caught my ear, but I wasn't really sure what he was, building in practice. What's this patent that you just dropped?
Someone sent that to me. I had never seen it before, but I doubt that it's been patented. I think it was published around 2018, though, so it still might not be patented. But the guy claims that it showed it moved when he operated it, but I didn't read it all, but it sounded like it just went around in circles, so I have no idea what it's actually doing. But he's got some kind of I forget what it was, some kind of gas or liquid that he's hitting it with 400 kilovolts, causing it to do something. Anyway, if you want to try to replicate that, you're welcome to it. Let me know.
Hey, Mark?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Sure. You were talking about Alzaphon and a son, and the theories. You mentioned a paper or a book.
Yeah, come down to the lab. I'll give you a copy of the book. Got a whole bunch of them.
Okay. Unless I take a bus, I probably won't be down there till 2023. So if you're still around, I'll pick you a visit down there on the way to visit my sister. You said you're in the northern part of Jersey? Okay.
Hawthorne, New Jersey.
What's that?
Hawthorne, New Jersey.
Hawthorne, okay. I think I have that down somewhere.
Sharish, have you found the picture?
One second, hang on. I think I got it. So let me just share. Can I share here?
Go ahead.
Share. Yeah, 1 second. One second. Share requires me to share an application. So I think this is one version that should give some kind of an idea. Damn it. Oh God, no. No, I'm looking for the one which has that spring. I just can't find that file. That's the thing. There somewhere, I know that.